And welcome in on a Friday edition of TMA. Martin, Doug, Jackson, Chairman Kurt, Tim out today, but we've got a locked and loaded. Doug, have you glanced at the dossier?
I did, just briefly.
You did?
Yeah. Looks like we've got Gabe. We got Joey Vitale, and we got Matt Holliday.
What more do you want?
No, I can't ask for anything more than that and won't.
Hockey, football, baseball, ball talk, all of it in one spot.
Yeah.
Jackson is beaming because of that dossier. Although yesterday it was maybe lean, but it was a great show.
Yeah, that's the give and take of it all, you know. Sometimes when you fail, you can fail upwards.
Fail upwards.
Well, what did we fail with?
Oh, you guys didn't fail.
No.
I did.
You didn't fail.
Well, I failed to provide a proper dossier.
I disagree.
Yeah,
Sometimes
it worked out.
Lean and mean gets everybody sort of challenged. Bring your best.
Yeah, but it's
Sometimes a full dossier, then everybody's kind of lays back.
Yeah.
They lose that edge.
It's like winning the game, your quarterback goes like 9 for 21, 123 yards, 2 picks.
Ben Roethlisberger's Super Bowl.
But like I ran in like some crazy touchdown towards the end of the game where I scrambled for 35 yards and dove for the pylon.
Oh, to save face.
Yeah.
No. Okay.
So not bad.
All right.
You know, you're not gonna get to Canton doing that, but
Well,
you can win football games.
Yeah. You're a game manager. You're a show manager.
Yeah, like Alex Smith.
Okay. Horrific knee injury and then came back to
One
play.
of the worst I've ever seen.
And then
Almost killed him.
And then came back to play.
Yeah, incredible story.
Doug, will take your Alex Smith calls.
Okay. He was right up there with a Theismann injury, I guess.
Yeah.
See, generationally, Doug and I refer back to Theismann, friend of the show. And for you, the Theismann moment is probably Alex Smith.
But Alex Smith had that like infection thing that happened that almost cost him his life. You know, and I'm not just like I know what happened to Theismann. That's just brutal. And he didn't play again after that, did he?
Theismann, I believe no.
I don't think so.
I think the worst thing I've ever seen was that goalie. Was it Malarchuk?
Clint Malarchuk.
I wasn't around for it, but
that was a Blues game.
like seconds away, right? They said from
Could have
losing
been.
him if they didn't treat it the way they did.
I think it was Steve Tuttle of the Blues. He got hit in front of the net, then he started to fall down, and his leg whipped around, and the skate caught the goalie right in the neck. Yeah, that was. You just have to really credit the medical people that were right there and knew what to do and got it done.
So we're locked and loaded on this Friday. Where's Tim? That'll be the theme of the day on the
Where's Tim?
text line. You can text in the Air Comfort Service text line at 314-399-9646, 399-9646, or call in Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, where they're busy chatting about the program. And I thought we'd do this, Doug, because we talk to Gabe DeArmond quite a bit.
All right.
We talk to Joey Vitale every Friday. We talk to Matt Holliday once a week. Why don't you text in and we'll pass it on? Questions for Gabe. Questions for Joey.
Oh, there you go.
That sounds
Sure.
like an after-school special, does it not? Questions for Joey?
It does.
What's wrong with Joey?
Well, why is Joey misbehaving?
That actually is a good question. What's wrong with Joey? And Matt Holliday, we always take questions for Matt. It usually starts with a ball question and then gets into boxers or briefs, those sorts of cutest teammates. It sort of devolves. Is that the right word, Jackson? Devolves?
Into a conversation about God knows what.
Yes.
I would say it evolves.
It starts.
Personally.
Okay, so you prefer to think of it as an upswing,
Yeah.
an uptick.
Right. Well, that's the Joey special. You know, you don't bring Joey on. You know, you let the cook.
Let him cook.
Absolutely.
As a bunch of Mizzou geeks here, and Chairman Kurt didn't go to Mizzou, but goes to a lot of the games. What's your number one storyline this weekend? You want to see Bama lose? You want to see them
win?
You want to see them win? Do you want to see them barely win?
No, I think
play well.
I think if you are trying to make the Alabama win look as good as possible, if you are to get the win next week, you would want them to kind of dispose of Vandy.
But if they crush them, then you're a little nervous.
Oh, you're always going to be nervous. Alabama's coming to Columbia. You should be nervous.
It's better to be a close game because you got to play Vanderbilt too, and you'd still like them to have a good record.
Yeah,
See, big picture. That's what I'm talking about here.
I agree, but it's going to be like if Mizzou goes 10-2, they're almost certainly going to be in the playoff. So that win against Vandy, it might look, but it's not like I don't think they're going to have to do a lot of convincing or running up scores if they have 10 wins. Now, if they have 9,
maybe, but there could be some other teams that are 10-2 that didn't get blown out by an Alabama or an Oklahoma or something.
Well, if they don't
come to that,
they might not get blown out.
No, they may not. May just win it.
May just win it. May be right up until the end. If the Missouri Tigers can go 10-2, I think they will be in the college football playoff. So,
guys, can you ask Matt about his favorite NFL team? I think we've covered that. Before we really get rolling here, Mr. Licks has issued an apology, Doug.
Has he?
I'd like to formally apologize for my pronunciation of Medina yesterday. It's not representative of a man of my stature. It's offensive to my culture, and I won't let it happen again.
Okay.
I believe he pronounced the great golf course of Medina as Medina.
Which culture would be offended by that?
The elites. I think he let down the elites.
I know, but he did it. He said it.
But he's apologized.
I think that shows his character that he's apologizing for it. That's what I'm taking from it.
Can you offend yourself? I don't know how that works.
Probably. I've said some things I was offended.
But I tell you
your
what,
words.
on this show, it's daily. You go to a break, you're like, did I really say that out loud?
I'm offended by my own words.
Every time my news director said, I was listening to him, I'm like, oh, what time? And last year, we always had a blues guest at 8:15. It was sort of part of the deal with the show. Mm-hmm. And she said, you guys talk a lot of hockey. I thought, oh, thank God.
I had a new news director once at Channel 4. This is going back 10, 15 years. He'd just gotten there, and he called me into the office once and said, I got a strange email about your radio show. Are you really having an affair with 2 porn stars? I said, what?
Were you?
No.
Yeah, I agree, Kurt. Didn't they need an answer?
Yeah, I mean, I heard a question. I didn't hear an answer.
Oh, baby!
Did he believe you?
I think he did, but I guess he was listening, or someone was listening when one of the horrible texts were read.
We need to have you read email of the day one of these days.
No, I don't care to.
Clip and save it, and then send it over to the News Channel 5 news director, Doug's new boss.
Mm-hmm. You started in what, 2007? 8
at Channel 5?
No, here on TMA.
7.
You don't know the years, Doug.
No, I don't usually.
In those 18 years, you've read email of the day once, I believe, right? You read it once.
Sounds about right.
Yeah,
once or twice, maybe. It's not a pleasant thing because I'm sensitive, and I have my feelings hurt very easily.
Mm-hmm.
Licks, you've been exposed again as a fraud. Apology not accepted. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. I'm offended by Jackson's creepy laugh. I enjoy the Jackson laugh. Somebody said they're offended by your creepy laugh.
That's nitpicking.
Did Charcoal, that would be Burkett, did Charcoal just say that Mizzou's going to go 10-2 this year? I'll take the under on that. Did you say 10-2?
I don't answer to that name.
No. He said if they go 10-2,
if they
should be a playoff team.
I want a Bama win this week, so they'll move into the top 10 next week. A loss to Vandy would put their backs against the wall. That's right. They'd be a little more desperate squad coming in.
They would be, and angry.
10-2 is an interesting way of saying 5-7. That's from Mr. Licks, who has a wager with Jackson. All you need is one win the rest of the way. Is that what it is?
Right.
One's a push, two's a dub.
2 wins, and I get $50 from Mr. Licks.
And Kurt and I have $10 on the line. I need Alabama to win by more than 10.5.
Yes. You need an 11-point win or more from the Crimson Tide.
Screw Tim. You guys show up every day. Kill it, boys. That's from The Big Show.
Huh. A nice little pat on the rump.
Sup, guys. No, cucks. Excuse me. Sup, cucks. It's hard to say that. SUPCUX. Did you guys see the Padres' reaction when the umps walked through their dugout after the game? I did not see that.
No,
I did see what was a controversial strike 3. Xander Bogaerts punched out. Padres down 3-1. They got the leadoff home run in the 9th. And then Bogaerts looked like he walked. It was a bad call. Schilt came out. In fact, I believe in the dossier, Doug, it says, I know, is it too early for Yoff talk?
Whatever we want.
Never.
Playoffs. Cubs have advanced. They're going to play the Brewers. Dodgers had already advanced. They're going to play the Phillies. And in the American League, the Yankees. The first time, I believe it's the first time it's happened in the new format, the team that won Game 1 in the best of 3 had previously won every series. Red Sox took Game 1. Yankees took the next 2. So the Yankees are moving on. And I apologize. I would like to formally apologize to Jack Flaherty. I said he would not pitch well. Pitched decent.
And he did.
Got into the fifth, only up run. Tigers beat Cleveland to move on. But the Padres were not happy with the punch out. Here's Mike Schilt on that strike 3 that Xander Bogaerts was furious about.
Just from your vantage point on the strike call on Xander in the ninth, just what did you see from your vantage point in that situation?
Looked down to me, but I don't see great, and I'm kind of far away. But most importantly, Bogey felt like he was down. He's not a guy that is looking. Not any of our guys really, but Bogey also in particular is not a guy that's overly dramatic about close pitches, and it's a big pitch. It's a big swing pitch. It turns a tie and run, and then what unfolded after that was could have been very impactful. But we had other opportunities too.
He sounds really down. I guess you would be after losing a series like that.
It is a tough thing. You started in February somewhere in Arizona, and you have all those flights, all those games, and then all of a sudden it's just over.
One call can get you.
They were down 3-1.
Yeah.
I opened up Twitter last night, and one of the first tweets I saw after that game was "Schilt has to go." I immediately thought of Jackson. He called it.
Padres are always good. Rarely do they did get to the NLCS a couple of years ago.
Just saying.
If I'm not mistaken, they're going to the automatic balls and strikes next year, right?
Uh-huh.
So this may never happen again.
But there's still an ump, but you have a couple of appeals, right?
Right, like what they did in spring training.
So you can go to it.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a head tap.
It's not going to call every pitch. It's just going to correct it.
When they announced it, didn't you think that? When
I did, yeah. Why not?
They're going to robo-umps.
Yeah,
That's not accurate.
I think this is pretty perfect because it still has the umps there, and then you can challenge. But you got to be kind of strategic with your challenge. First pitch of the inning, you might not challenge.
Why not just do every pitch?
Challenge.
Why not just have a guy in the booth upstairs looking at the TV and through an earpiece tell the umpire at home, strike, ball, strike. Why not get them all right?
I'm not
That's
sure.
what I thought they would be doing.
Wouldn't it be kind of weird if there's just a computer back there? Just like a desktop.
Like
an AI ump.
Kit from Knight Rider.
Yes. That's a good reference for somebody your age.
I know things.
The great David Hasselhoff. I thought you were a cinephile.
Yeah, well, I have a working knowledge of
television as well.
Sure. All viewable content.
Here's an Oppo view. He had 2 strikes. You got to cover the plate. You learn that from 3rd grade on. Suck it, Xander from Wedding Tackle.
Oh, well.
It is true. If it's close, boy, it's really dangerous to take. You look pretty low.
But if they had called it a ball, everyone would say, oh, that's a nice take. Boy, he's got a good eye at the plate. You can't win.
Iggy, are you aware of what happened with Lady Gaga last night?
I do.
What did that have to do with anything?
I do? Umpire Union, F 'em. That's from Hate the Fats.
It's getting to be, and maybe it is already, the easiest job in all of pro sports, especially the base umpires.
College basketball is the worst.
It's got to be the hardest.
Stop the game every 2 seconds. Oh, let's go to the TV. Oh, let's go to the monitor. Oh, let's go to the monitor.
But if you make a mistake on the bases, they simply change it and you keep going, move right along. No more arguments, yelling, screaming. They just change it. It's like anybody could do the job, couldn't they? Do the best you can. If you miss it, we'll change it.
Arguments really wouldn't look the same if a manager was out there kicking dirt on a computer, arguing a call third strike.
No. A home plate is still a tough job, of course. But the base umpiring, what could be easier in pro sports than that? You can't go wrong.
Well, you get it right or wrong the whole game, and every once in a while, they're going to appeal, right? You're right.
Yeah.
It's like, I wish they would put on the headset and say, okay, we're going to take a look. We're not sure, which is fair. Yeah. That robot from Lost in Space would be cool behind the dish. Remember that show, Lost in Space?
Oh, yeah. He had the big goofy arms.
Yes.
Will Robinson. Yeah, I remember that.
Guys, I miss Iggy. That's from Uncle Wally's Plastic Ear. Iggy usually texts me during the show. In fact, yesterday we were talking about Yankee fans. There were celebs there. He sent me Steve Sharippa's phone number.
Oh, did he?
So we could always call him in.
Now, I saw Rick Pitino in the front row last night, right behind the Yankee dugout. Did you see him?
I did not see that.
Yeah, he's in the first row behind the Yankee dugout.
He's had a rebirth. Got a great team at St. John's. The perfect guy at the perfect time because he's older And with the new formula, you don't have to really rebuild. If you're an older coach, you really want to do a 3-4 year teardown. Instead, you come in, immediately get good players. He's the perfect, and in New York.
Oh, yeah.
Calipari, Izzo, and if Patino was in here, we're talking Italian special. We're talking rigatoni, marinara.
I don't know if we are. And he's older than I thought
71,
he was,
2, 3?
73, yeah.
Yeah.
Looks great for 73.
Nice lady and her husband come up and asked me to join him in the pool.
Okay, we're not going there, Iggy.
Needs a little sun, maybe. Get out a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, that's the only thing.
He wore that white suit this year.
And he almost disappeared.
He looked like, he looked.
And this is coming from you.
Right. Well, yeah. If I should know,
Pale
I would
on
know.
pale crime.
He looked like a tub of sour cream.
Oh,
I think it's.
And I've been there, so
You've been a tub of sour cream before.
Oh my God, on a
Is
daily
that-
basis.
Is that name taken? Tub of sour cream.
Well, he's not like a heavy man. He's
No.
quite thin, but.
But I think part of it is he must dye his hair, so it makes
Right.
the contrast.
Well,
a
I think,
little-
and maybe he used to hit the tanning booths. Jamie Rivers wasn't here talking about going to tanning booths. Maybe he used to and doesn't do that anymore. I'm not sure, but he's pale. I get it.
it happens to the best of us.
He was coaching in Greece for the.
Yes, I mean he was jettisoned
Yeah.
from the mainstream. That's a pretty good rebirth.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
feel
good
like
tickets.
college coaches probably, for whatever reason, seem to have more
Look at Bobby
lives.
Petrino.
Correct.
Bobby rides again.
well, in basketball, there's so many teams. Hundreds of teams playing even just
Right.
Division I basketball.
Right. That's what you got to start back at Iona before St. John's.
The Big Show. What does he looks good for 73 mean? It means he looks better than most people that are 73.
I think that kind of goes without saying almost.
Doesn't that answer itself?
I thought so.
Yeah. A little younger than most people. his
He
age
looks
would look.
younger
Yeah.
than a 73-year-old typically would look.
And he's richer than most.
Yeah.
The Venn diagram of Patino and De Niro at the end of Goodfellas is starting to align like a total eclipse from Arbor Day.
Just taking
That
them
might
out.
be over my head.
Taking them out one by one. Is he confusing De Niro and Leota? Because Leota's the final shot at Goodfellas, where he's eating egg noodles and ketchup.
It's Arbor Day, so you know there's something
Right,
clever there.
right.
But this is kind of Dennis Miller. That's just way over
Well,
my
if
head.
it's De Niro, Jimmy Conway takes out a lot of folks. Spoiler alert! At the end of Goodfellas.
But where does Patino work into this?
Well, maybe he has Patino has his own list of enemies that he's taking out on the court.
Okay.
You're saying
Taking
he's
on the
had
court.
other coaches whacked?
No, on the court. On the court, he's got a list of people he wants to go after.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Looking young for 73 is like being the best-looking girl at the Weight Watchers meeting.
Didn't St. John's and Arkansas play in the tournament last year? So it had been him and Calipari. I thought that was the case. St. John's and Arkansas, they did play in the NCAA tournament, and the Arkansas Razorbacks and John Calipari defeated the St. John's Red Storm.
Okay.
I think that's pretty good praise to say you look good at 73.
Yeah.
I concur.
It's not cutting anyone down.
No. We
Wouldn't
all
we
age.
like to look good
Yeah.
at 73.
Right. We're all kind of slowly rotting.
Slowly rotting. Is that name taken?
Once you get past 22, you just start to slowly rot.
And then you get
Wow.
past 62, and it's not such a slow rot.
Yeah, then
it's a pretty quick rot.
Right. It's humanity, man.
You know?
Is that a segment today?
Well, yeah.
Let me look at the dossier. What are the alternate segments we do have, Gabe
Alternate
DeArmond?
segments. What does that mean?
We do have Joy Vitale. I mean, outside of the norm, talking about the MLB playoffs, which we were for a second.
We broke it down.
Did we break down the off talk?
I like 10-2, personally. That's my
we look-
favorite.
we
I don't know
look
if I
ahead.
have anything in there. Free space, nice. Yeah.
Free space.
Yeah, it's like a bingo card, Joey V.
But you won't leave it empty. You'll actually put in there free space.
Well, yeah, no, during Gabe, I like to spend I don't get here at 5 a.m. I get here around 5:30, 5:45. So I get some audio done. I get some other things done. But then during the program, things happen. I fill it out from there. But also, we just kind of go.
We just kinda
I think
go,
people
Doug.
hear the Stiefel dossier, which we love, and we love Stiefel and preparing it. But I just do it so whoever's hosting, whether it's Martin or Tim, have something to go to. Otherwise, these guys are all of them really good at what they do, so they can kind of just go. So
We just go.
It's not a script. I saw shout out to the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, but I saw Jake Reynolds was in there talking about TMA having a script. It's not a script, I would say. We've never had a script of any kind. We have three
worst.
guests, so kind of how to time it out with
You
that.
give us a little bit of a compass.
Sure.
Keep an eye on
a
things.
compass is a great way to describe it. But you can, if you can see the North Star, you don't need a compass.
Doug has probably experienced this when you host an event, and it could be a Kiwanis Club luncheon, and they've gotten a hold of an old resume of yours, and like,
Oh, yeah.
Doug Vaughn first joined Rochester's KCBO in 1982. He later worked him, and they'll read like your whole resume as if you're dying.
Yeah.
Question: when does a lunch turn into a lunch-in?
Oh.
I think when it's actually an event,
Right.
Like there's a speaker.
Okay, so there needs to be a keynote.
There's a dossier.
Something beyond the food, right, from a lunch to a luncheon.
Okay,
Yeah, lunch, you're just chopping it up with family, friends. Lunch in,
right.
there's a actual rundown.
Yeah,
Somebody speaks.
almost always buffet style.
Nah, not always.
Okay.
That's
But
what-
you eat dinner on a table, and then sometimes that table becomes a dinette, like
yeah.
a dinette.
Right, and then there's a
See what I did
kitchenette.
there?
And
Yeah.
sometimes you get a hotel room, one of those nice ones. You get a kitchenette,
Oh, gosh, yeah.
make some mac and cheese.
Don't you love those? Do you
Doug
guys-
is a multiple Emmy Award winning father of 3. You're just sitting there and then they politely clap.
Yeah.
How many Emmys do you have?
Oh, who's counting anymore?
Is it double digits? I don't even
Doug
know.
always wins.
No. I stopped. Not that I would have kept winning, but I stopped.
Wow, there it is. Humble brag from Doug Vaughn.
I stopped entering when I started having to pay for the entry fee. It used to be the station would pay the fee.
It started to become
And then
not
they
so
got to the
cost
point-
effective.
Yeah, they got to the point where I said, well, you got to pay your own $150 to enter now. I said, okay, I'm out.
Martin, how many Emmys you
10,
got?
11, 12, 13,
Way less than
15,
Doug.
16, 16, 17.
I honestly don't know the answer. I think I got the sportscaster of the Mid-America region, which included what, like Iowa and Arkansas or something?
I think so, yeah.
Doug would win that every year. I think I won that twice. I stopped submitting maybe 20 years ago because
Well,
I
they
just
made you pay?
Well, also you had to spend a lot of time going through like the past year. Oh, when was that great live shot I did?
Oh,
When
I
was
didn't
that-
save it. Doggone
What
it.
was that great banter?
Did you ever have to judge the Emmys?
Oh yeah.
That's when you realize this whole thing is a
Yes.
farce. This
I
is an
think-
absolute farce.
I honestly, no offense to anybody with multiple Emmys like Doug, but once you sit in that room with your colleagues and you find out how little regard they have for the process.
Oh, yeah. It's
Not to out a friend of the show, Rich Gould, but we were on the same judging committee one year, and it was sports people, and but it's not your own market. So let's say it was the Tennessee market or whatever, and you would literally get these tapes and put them in the VHS or DVDs at some point, and you're not supposed to speak out loud. You just have your own little notepad. You're keeping. They put in a guy's tape. It starts playing, and Rich goes, "Well, this guy's terrible." So you're not supposed to say it out loud.
You were hot, weren't you?
Darn right I was.
And then Rich would say, I think we've seen enough of these. Is there going to be pizza? I swear to God.
So you're
that's
telling
when
me
I checked out.
You're telling me Rich's Emmy voting was not necessarily all the way on the up and up?
Well, no, he was
wasn't the
too
only
on the
one.
up and up.
Oh.
It was too open, too honest, and it sort of seeped into other people's thinking because he would have you, yeah, you're right, this guy does. Now, that's a weird-looking tie.
David, how about a little Popeye's chicken? That good for your golf swing?
See, the fact that the fan show didn't win an Emmy,
Yeah, it discredits the entire
process is a
thing.
disgrace.
It's discredited.
Well,
the
it was
entire
hard to
thing.
get enough people together to vote.
Correct.
Because you'd have to stay after work, and they'd get 4 or 5 of you in a room.
Yes.
And so you guys are going to judge the long-form TV show, sports special shows from Detroit. And here's a stack of 30 tapes, and these shows run an hour.
And they were
like,
paying-
you think we're going to sit here and watch all this stuff?
And how much was the stipend to do all that?
Zero.
Pizza.
Oh.
0.
Pizza?
Pizza.
We got Gary Pinkel waiting, and I want to talk some Mizzou hoops.
Now, that's an Emmy right there.
I got a call once on must have been about a Thursday from a person running the Emmys saying, it's St. Louis's turn to judge the Emmys from Washington, D.C., and we forgot to judge the sports anchor category. Could you put together a team of 4 or 5 people before Saturday night when they have their award ceremony and judge these? And I said, no. There's not a chance that I could do that. And then they said, kind of winking, nudge, nudge, well, do you think you could judge them?
Just all by yourself.
Yeah. I said, And I knew the person and liked the person. I'll just send them over here. So they sent me, personally, a stack of like 10 tapes. And by myself, I quickly judged the Washington, D.C. sportscaster category.
Why don't you just tell us who you want to win the DCME?
Me in this town.
Yeah. And, of course, I watched about, I'd watch 20, 25 seconds of each tape, and that was going to do it because I had things to do. I had to get to a Little League baseball game. And then in Washington, they put on tuxedos and rent out the Ritz-Carlton and act like these awards have been sent down from Edward R. Murrow.
You were literally judge and jury.
Mm-hmm. That's how it works.
And you would get, let's say, the Detroit market in the sports special category. It might be a 60-minute Pistons preview.
Mm-hmm.
Tigers ready to soar in 2004. And then you'd say, God, am I really going to watch the whole hour?
No, you watch 15 seconds of it. And you say, oh, I work with that guy back in Topeka. Sure, he's a good guy. I'll vote for him.
Oh, George Michael. He went to SLU High.
Right.
You got to vote for him.
She's pretty. I'll vote for her. Yeah, that's how it works.
This is the Producers Podcast with Brady Farkas.
It would be so much better. It would be so much better if you judged your own market. Maybe you couldn't vote for people at your station or something, but you might put a little bit of effort into it.
Well,
and
then,
people here know who the best people are.
But wouldn't it become a popularity contest at that point?
Well, it probably should be.
Yeah, you're probably right. Again, it's a trivial.
At least people would put a little bit of effort into it.
Right.
But they would have a huge gala. I assume they still do. And Russ Mitchell was the host one year, was down on the landing, and I won an Emmy that year, and you go up to accept it. And it was during the 2008 recession. There was money's tight everywhere, and everybody's complaining about the economy. But the drinks there were so expensive. So when I got up there, I said, by the way, to the folks here at the Lumiere, for $20 for a vodka tonic, you can hold the tonic. So, and people are like, wow, he's working blue. Russ Mitchell gets back up there, and he said, apparently they did hold the tonic.
Oh, wow.
Guys, the Fan Show was the Breaking Bad of local television. See, I agree. And the fact that didn't win is a disgrace.
It's just
guys,
wrong.
talk sports, not your own careers. Ugh.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
UGH. Exclamation. Ugh. That's from the Gateway Dream Fields. And if you have a text inbox name, we can easily identify you. And if you don't have a text inbox name, you can get one. Jackson Burkett will load those in today. Being October the 3rd.
I'm going to extend it to Thursday because I'm going to be honest with you. It's going to be hard for me to do it today.
I was going to ask if we could pause it for today.
Yeah, it's probably.
I think that's only fair.
It's going to be paused. I'll extend it to Thursday of next week. I just I've been playing a lot of drops so far today.
Yeah,
and I like doing that. And I think it's better
that's a
for the
for
program than But I'll extend it. I might even extend it another day after that. That's
so into next week. You'll have a chance.
You'll have plenty of opportunity to get a new text name.
And if somebody has an established name like Mitch Cumstein and they want to change it, if they do.
Mitch Cumstein will not be.
Well,
changing.
I'm not saying he does.
Just as an example. Sure.
And he wrote in, sounds like these Emmys are not on the level like those Barrett Sports Media Awards.
Damn straight.
Same sort of deal. Same sort of deal.
But there is nothing like seeing the media eat.
Yeah, but the PR is good if you win, so you may as well enter as long as you don't have to pay. Sometimes it's in the paper and people think it's a big deal. And people in the business kind of wink at each other and say, fool them again.
Did Frank rack up a bunch of Emmys?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I think he and Mike Bush are sort of head-to-head every year with the Sad Story Emmy. I don't know. Is there a Sad Story?
Is that what it's called?
I don't know that that's a category, but there tends to be, and God bless them, they do great work. But Frank and Mike kind of overlap in the sad sports story category. You have to have the music available first. It's usually piano.
Someone coming off a near-death experience.
Yes.
And leave you quivering.
Yes. That's the out. That's the out cue. Guys, I actually love the industry insider chats from Clark W. Griswold.
Okay.
Was that with this segment? When you go back, and Chairman, you do the podcast labeling of each segment?
Correct.
Will this be called Industry Insider Chat?
So far, I have it as he's pale, and I get it. But it's fluid.
Arch said that to you?
No.
But I was at some of those Emmys where the people would get up and they'd be in near tears and thank their parents and say, this is just the best thing that's ever happened to them in their lives. And they, well, good for you for taking it so seriously and getting some out of this.
Is the statue the same as the primetime Emmy?
I don't know what the primetime Emmy.
No, you know what an Emmy looks
Well,
like.
I know. I think it's similar. And the other part of it, Doug was saying you have to pay to enter, and after a while, you're like, I'm good.
Don't need it. Yeah.
Then if you win, then you have to pay for the statue.
Oh, really?
You get like a thing in the mail that says send your $120 back or fill out this online.
But you have the statue, right?
I think when they give it to you.
I never paid for the statue.
Do you have to pay to get it engraved, maybe?
No,
I remember having to
engraved. So maybe that's another reason why I stopped entering.
Do you guys ever see anybody win and go up there and were either just S-faced or use it as an opportunity?
Hold the tonic.
Did anybody ever use the speech as an opportunity to go scorched earth?
I don't think I
take
saw
down
that.
the whole industry.
That'll happen at the Golden Globes though sometimes because they let them drink there and then they'll kind of get loose and then someone will win when they weren't expecting and you can kind of tell because they don't have a speech prepared and they're a little bit loose-lipped. That's the best.
What's the magazine in St. Louis that always does St. Louis favorites?
There's just St. Louis Magazine.
There's STL, St. Louis Magazine.
That's one where they have a category for everything.
A-list.
You
Yeah,
can think of it.
A-list.
This best muffler shop, and you can think of it.
Yeah.
And the deal is there. If you win, they'll send you the plaque, and that's where they want you to pay $220 for
Right,
that. And they have a big party, and that's going to cost you $150 person to go to. It's a brilliant marketing ploy.
And they will also just hammer you via email if you were nominated.
Yes.
And then you can get a plaque for that, and it's $200 or something. And they keep emailing. Don't forget to send in for your. But I didn't win.
Iggy once was going to possibly win that, or he was nominated because one of our listeners, maybe it was Deke Totem,
loaded up,
has an algorithm that was loading stuff up. But Doug's not wrong. I think there was best invisible pet fence company. Yeah.
Oh, there's everything. It's pages and pages.
Literally
best this and that.
But it works because we all view it.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Best
lawn edging.
And then if you win, you put a plaque up in your office space, and it looks like you've done something.
Hey, brick and mortar shop like that.
And then when you get a podcast and you have to be on camera, you put them all behind you. You sit in front of
all
those.
your books.
There used to be a big book series called Who's Who in America. Do you ever see it?
Yeah.
They look like giant encyclopedias. And if you paid them to be considered, they'd put your name in this book, and you look like a big deal to all your friends.
Who's Who in America. Doug, I thought you were married to journalism. You really disappoint me about the Emmy process, I believe.
Well, I'm sorry. That's just how it works. That's how it did work.
Doug,
anyway.
do you think the Pistons can win the East this year? See, we mentioned the Pistons, and here we now Jackson's been activated.
Brian Bartow.
Brian Bartow, friend of the show, Cardinals PR director extraordinaire, last week as the season's winding down, said, hey, let's get some NBA talk going over there with Jackson.
I'm telling you, the Pistons have won a championship in the 21st century. It's not a ton of teams that can say that. Not a ton. A lot of repeat winners. Pistons are one of the one-offs. So if it can happen once, the East is open, Martin.
The East is open. All right, we do need to break. There's no reason for it, but we're already behind. There's absolutely no reason for it. Tim is out. Yes, Tim's out today. We're here just chopping it up.
Yeah.
We're having a little luncheon vibe.
Yeah.
You can text in, as so many folks have already done. And again, we try to get to as many as we can. I don't want to be no text Marlowe. We try. We also have that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. We got a full show. If you've got questions for Joey Vitale, questions for Gabe DeArmond, questions for Matt Holliday. All three coming up on the big show here, which is presented by Brown & Crouppen.
locked, he's tight. Here in St. Louis, we bring the fight. Bring the fight. Gold blues hit the groove. Joker's got the vibe, let's bust a move. Thomas on the ice, we'll take the prize. Beat the Jets to the cup, we rise. From the Enterprise to the roaring crowd, Blue Note Nation singing loud. Bennington saves, Thomas sets the pace. Chasing the dream, it's ours to embrace. Feel the rhythm, hear the cheer.
Speaking of fan songs, Padres song didn't age well.
Fast on the puck, we're setting.
Was this one created just for the Jets series? Because it's specific to Winnipeg.
Yeah, it was definitely right before the Jets series.
Like as the playoffs kicked off.
I really do like this one.
You can do one for every series, right? Just take a couple hours?
Probably, yeah.
You said somebody's got to write the words.
Yeah, someone's got to write the lyrics.
Takes it from there and does the music and
pretty much. There's some tweaking you probably have to do throughout.
Al Formica does it.
Yeah, it's from there. Produced by Al Formicola.
Bob Thomas, friend of the show, goal and 2 assists. Blues hammered Ottawa last night, 7-1.
There you go, Doug, off the schneid.
I like it. Broberg had 2 goals in 27 seconds.
And you had a lineup that was your star-laden first squad. Bennington played the whole game, 36 saves. That was the final tune-up, Doug. Right. Exactly 1 week in front of the home opener. Blues, Minnesota Wild. Jackson, that game will be played where?
In St. Louis, Missouri.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, you had Booch out there. Holloway got another goal. Matthew Joseph trying to make the squad. Got a goal.
I think it's kind of important to play at least one really good game in the preseason.
But I think it's the first game where they kind of trotted out the main lineup.
Yeah.
And they look good. Broberg, a couple of goals, as mentioned by Doug. Boy, that Broberg-Holloway, that late summer snipe by Doug Armstrong really changed everything.
Mm-hmm. 2 of the best players they have.
And you were kind of limping along that summer, saying, we'll be okay. I don't know. And then I think it was late August, or at least mid-August. So the Blues win last night over Ottawa, 7-1. We talked a little baseball. We did start to talk NBA. I think it was a good 20 seconds maybe of NBA talk, and people text in, who cares? Who cares about the NBA? It's a 4-hour show, and we weaved in 10 seconds of NBA talk.
And a great 10 seconds at that.
You felt good about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, anytime I can highlight the Detroit Pistons, I'm going to try my best to.
And the gist of your commentary was that only a few teams have won in the 21st century.
There's a lot of repeat winners.
Because the Lakers like to dominate.
Lakers, Spurs, Warriors, Heat. A lot of teams have won several times.
But that would figure in the NBA where 1 or 2 guys can make all the difference in the world.
Yeah.
And they tend to play for 10 or 12, 15 years.
Yeah. Yes, that is a good observation there, Doug.
The Michael Jordan 6 NBA titles was over the stretch of 8 years, I believe, with only Houston wedged in the middle.
Right. Yeah, Houston 2 times.
Hakeem the Dream.
Right, when he weirdly played baseball for a year.
Hakeem did?
No, Jordan.
I'm still not buying it. I'm not buying it.
Did he just up and quit?
For the
love of baseball.
Nope, I don't buy it. Not for a second.
Stranger Things. I mean, it's like Tom Brady being like, I'm going to try pro golf for a year.
Right, and not being very good. Just in the minor league.
He probably would. I bet he would.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, oh, yeah.
My other conspiracy, Michael Jordan related, is that his team, Jordan's team, gave Rick Riley the scoop that he was thinking about coming back when he went to the Wizards.
Right.
And decided to try it again. And Rick Riley had all the juice back in the day.
Right, he was the guy, right?
At Sports Illustrated, whatever that back page was called, the column. And he wrote one about the idea that Jordan might be making a comeback. My theory is they gave it to him just to kind of float it. Like they didn't say, just to kind of gauge reaction.
Interesting.
It's my theory.
Didn't Rick Riley write the real scathing piece on Barry Bonds?
I think a commentary, like a column. Yeah, ripped him for being a jerk. It was after the 2002 World Series.
Like the leather chair in the locker room, and his deal with the Giants was crazy.
Yes, I believe that is correct.
Is he still active, Rick Riley? I think
he moved to Italy. I don't know what the Italy thing is.
Books, didn't he?
He's big and he hates Trump and he loves golf, and he often combines the two.
Okay. And he said his Twitter bio says he's a wannabe lounge pianist. It'd be a pretty sweet gig.
I think he got paid a ton to leave Sports Illustrated to go to ESPN.
Yeah, he's 67.
And made a ton of money at ESPN. We did a little Yoff talk. That's because the Cubs advanced. They're going to take on the Brewers. We did hear from Mike Schilt on the strike 3. A lot of people commented that Schilt always sounded like he had a a mint or a lozenge in his mouth. Here's Mike Schilt on the series loss. Padres taken out in Game 3 by Chicago.
Hit the lever pail.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good series, hard fought, tight, you know, a lot of big moments, you know, basically didn't get it done, you know, as a wrap-up point. There's a lot of hurt guys in that clubhouse, but we laid it out on the field, and there's no regrets on anybody's part, just disappointed.
And in the Cubs locker room.
Heavy breathing.
Yeah.
Do you see the video of the Padres as the umps were walking back?
People, I have not seen it.
Oh, the
so they
Padres
have to go through
are barking at him. I'll try it here. I'll just pull it up right here for you, Martin.
Is there audio to accompany it?
It's not.
So visually watch, okay.
It would be...
the Jackson's playing video. This is the Padres dugout.
And they're just,
and somebody's getting held back right there. It looks like somebody's about to attack one of the umpires.
You see that head movement?
They usually are walked off the field by actual police officers.
There are some.
They may have needed extra security.
At Busch, I think they have their own separate entrance on and off the field.
Well, they go right out behind home plate.
Yeah, that's pretty dangerous to have to walk through one of the dugouts after the game.
Right.
Wrigley doesn't have that extra avenue or exit.
Where are the bullpens in Wrigley? I'm crowdsourcing
I think they're under the bleachers.
Under the bleachers,
but they used to be on the right field, left field foul lines, and that's where, in fact, somebody punched a player because you used to sit. I've years ago sat in the seats. You could touch a pitcher.
That's got to be one of the worst ideas I've ever heard. Like the bullpens in the foul territory there.
They were all there for many years.
I know. It seems like very silly.
They didn't want to give up the good seats in the bleachers right there.
You always have to have a guy protecting the catcher. He had his back to the field.
Yes.
Nobody thought
they're warming up.
Yeah.
They're almost in the field of play.
A foul ball with an exit velo of 112 is coming at your head. And you're about to go in the game.
If you go back far enough, you can see pictures of photographers taking photos of hitters, and they're standing 10 feet away from the batter.
And behind home plate.
And what did the reporters sound like post-game?
Hey, Slugger, how about a quote?
They all sound like Mel Allen.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to Fred? He was killed last night by a foul ball. Why? He was 10 feet behind home plate, snapping photos.
Don't you know somebody got clocked real bad? They had to have been.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It was just a hazard of the job.
Well, I just like those old videos where, so they're hand cranking the camera, the video camera, so that's why everyone's running so fast.
Yeah.
But now they can do it where they slow down the video and it looks normal, and it's beautiful footage.
Oh, yeah.
Seeing Babe Ruth actually run, not running like a cartoon, like a Benny Hill cartoon. Not cartoon.
Crowdsourcing here, but what year did Hank Aaron break that record?
73 or 4.
I was always fascinated with the video of the fans that were rounding the bases with him as he ran around.
Can you imagine that now? Just fans invading. Yeah. I guess that happens in college football all the time.
That was before they checked you for any kind of weapon when you walked in. But that's back
just
when America hadn't gone crazy.
The bases.
Hadn't gone completely
On
crazy.
top of it, Hank Aaron had death threats because people didn't want him to pass Babe Ruth, so that makes it even more spooky. But in that scrum of people, do you know who was in there? Craig Sager.
Really?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Because he was a reporter, and he was chasing him with his mic.
Yeah.
And I don't think he was there on a network.
Right, probably wasn't he working for Turner, probably?
Probably Atlanta radio.
Right.
And he probably really did say, hey, Slugger, how about a quote?
But talk about needing an immediate soundbite.
Oh, yeah.
Like David Freese is rounding third, and there's the cat.
Yeah. The cat
Before
running
you get
with him.
home, real quick, just give us a thought. What were you thinking there?
Yeah.
Walk us through the at-bat.
That's like a Forrest Gump moment.
Eddie Vedder was in the Cubs clubhouse. I think that's a little weird. And I get it. He's a big fan, and I like Eddie Vedder. It's maybe the World Series. I can't hold it. I got to be there.
What if John Hamm is in the Blues locker room after a series?
He was after they beat the Sharks, I think, when they got to the Cup.
Yeah, he's like the Blues version of Eddie Vedder.
But he wasn't in there celebrating. He was just visible.
Fair.
We all went up and talked to him.
Locker room's okay. On the bench or in the dugout would not be okay.
And Eddie Vedder making a bullpen change.
I'm just saying, I mean, he's a huge fan. I love it because he's not. Remember when Hillary, not to get into politics, remember she would start wearing a Cubs hat, and she was a Cubs fan, but I'm like, what? And then she was a Yankees fan.
Yeah. Right.
And then your husband's the governor
Whoever the
of
votes
Arkansas.
are. Right.
It was a little weird.
Am I a bad Cardinal fan for kind of being happy that the Cubs won?
Ooh.
I think it's just more interesting when they're in
Here we go,
it.
7:48. Doug's ready for the
399-9646.
smoke.
Aren't the playoffs more interesting if the Cubs are in it than the Padres?
First Kansas, now the Cubs.
Well, and on top of it, Doug, I would say storylines, the fact that Craig Counsell's going up against the Brewers.
Yeah.
He's a guy from Milwaukee. And when he left the Brewers, they were furious. And then their guy, Pat Murphy, ends up doing better. So I know what you're saying.
I'm going to Chicago. Stand up.
I said once I didn't hate the Go Cubs Go song.
No, I like it.
And, oh, God, here they come. Here comes the smoke. We're both going to get
What's not
buried.
to like about that? And I like the Yankee fans singing New York, New York when that's
Boy,
over.
they hit
that's
that
fine.
immediately. I
Yeah.
wonder if they've ever jumped the gun on like a close 3-2 pitch. And
Like Tennessee this year against Georgia when they fired off the fireworks.
If ever a city needed a song, it's us here. St. Louis fans would gladly sing some sort of song
I
after
think
a win.
Rogers and Hammertoe has made about a half dozen of them that we can choose from.
It's got to be simple because when you're asking 45,000 people to sing the same song, everyone's got to know. It's got to be something really easy.
Is it better if it's a Go Cubs Go that's like a song modeled after the Cubs, or like a Sweet Caroline for Boston where it's a song, a very popular song you take, like Gloria for the Blues?
Oh, I thought Gloria was great, and I think they should still play Gloria.
Right, but I kind of
like the team-centric song.
Okay.
I like Go Cubs Go.
So no like country grammar from Nelly?
That wouldn't do it.
No.
Because it's got to be like a sing-along. As much as I love country grammar, I don't think it's as much as a sing-along like Sweet Caroline is.
Derek Gould has been saying this for a while, that they need, not for the end of game. I believe he's looking for an in-game.
Like a
single.
Sweet Caroline, like they do in the 7th, or the 8th maybe, I don't know.
Well, they're not happy with Doug. Slap some tariffs on Doug's ass. Yes, you are a bad fan. Shove it, Vaughn, you cubby-loving communist. I used to like you, Doug. Damn it, Doug, you keep KU Cubs love triangle to yourself from Big Blonde
Suck
Dan.
it, Doug.
Okay, Edmund.
How many Cubs players even know who Eddie Vedder is? That's probably a fair point.
I just think it's more interesting watching the Cubs than watching the Padres. I don't get anything out of watching the Padres.
You're not rooting for them, but you don't mind it.
I agree with that. I'm more interested in a Brewers Cubs series than I am Padres. Padres Brewers.
Turncoat Vaughn.
But the Cubs one is, I don't know. It's similar to Kansas where it's like they're always you're just told to hate the Cubs. You're told to hate Kansas.
Yeah, there's no real reason to hate them.
I buy into it because it's fun, but like in 2011 when the Brewers were doing all that crap, like I hated the Brewers a lot more than I hated the Cubs in that moment. I think I generally dislike the Mets more than I dislike the Cubs. I
don't really hate any team. Sometimes there's a player or a coach that I hate.
Right.
But just have a blanket hatred of a team all the time just because someone told me I should, it's not there for me.
And maybe it's just my decreased interest in baseball as a whole, but the Cardinals-Cubs rivalry doesn't feel the same as back when you had Tony yelling at Dusty Baker.
Yeah. Dusty gave him the middle finger.
Yeah. But
nothing's the same when your team's not competitive.
Right. In 2019, when the Cardinals kind of eliminated the Cubs from playoff contention in that 4-game series at Wrigley, like it was a 4-game weekend September series at Wrigley, that was awesome.
Paulie D hit a big homer.
Yeah, that was like, it was a 4-game sweep. That was a prime, like, Cardinal-Cub. This is why the rivalry is that's a tough word.
It is a tough one.
Rivalry is cool. That's why I say Red River Shoot That. I can't say Red River Rivalry.
You know what else is a tough word?
I can't do it. I can't.
Barbara Walters over there.
I can't do it.
Another tough thing to say is that Yankees pitcher who was so good last night, Cam Schlittler.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that one.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah, there's a couple names.
Boy, did he look good. Holy smokes.
And I guess
you like his stuff?
He's from the Boston area, but he said his whole family now is a Yankee fan. Wow. And our guy, Jared Carrabba, said this is total BS. There's no way that's true.
Yeah, there's no way.
He's saying your whole family can't just throw away years and
generational Red Sox fans.
Yes, you can.
I agree.
If your son or your brother's playing for the Yankees, now you're a Yankee fan.
Your dad's a big-time Cardinal fan, of course, right?
Yeah.
If you were pitching for the Cubs, he would be a Cubs fan.
Well, he'd be a Jackson fan.
He'd be rooting for your but he'd root for your squad.
He'd be rooting hard for whatever
But I think it'd be hard to just extinguish all those emotional ties.
Right.
Like if your son's not pitching or not in the play, let's say they're not in the playoffs.
Right.
That family of Cam, I'm not even saying his last name because it's so
dangerous. Get used to it. He's going to be around for 15 years, I think.
Kind of like that Eugene Levy show, Blank Creek.
Yeah, great show.
You can say it, I know.
I'll say it, Schitt's Creek.
Oh, watch it.
No, it's the name of a television show.
That's the name of the town.
Yeah.
The name of the town. I'm going to hate cheer for the Cubs to stick it to the DeWitts. How about that? Might even get a Cubby Bear flag to stick it to the
I
DeWitts.
wouldn't go that far.
I think you'd cheer for the Brewers and say, how come we're not as good as they are?
Right.
They don't spend.
Well, I thought Cam... I'm sorry.
Do it.
I think it's with an L, right?
Schlittler. Yeah. He's about the best young pitcher I've seen in a while. I guess he and Skeens are right there. Threw 8 innings, struck out 12, walked nobody. He was throwing 100 miles an hour in the 8th inning. They weren't touching him.
First, we have Chi-Town Burkett. Now we have Cubby Doug. Remember Cubby Bob that used to always call in?
Sure.
Call the sports radio, and he would call Frank all the time. Cubby Bob, and he was always optimistic. I think he was still alive when they won the World Series.
And that's different than Hockey Bob.
That is different, yes. You are correct. There was Hockey Bob, it still exists, and then Cubby Bob. When the Cubs won the World Series, my wife said, well, isn't it their turn? And I said, there's no turn.
Yeah, no turns.
They don't get to win.
Turns.
But I think a lot of people that are not.
I was not rooting for the Cubs at that time.
Doug, did you want them to win in 16?
I didn't really care.
He was in the bleachers with his shirt off.
No, that team, I didn't like that team. I thought they were kind of corny. They had like the guys in the bullpen doing the dances. I thought it was goofy.
I just kind of go for whatever entertains me at the moment.
For sure.
I don't have any allegiance to the Cleveland Indians. So I didn't care.
I was also a freshman in college, so I had bigger fish to fry, honestly.
And you talk about really being dug in on the rivalry. Remember, LaRusse hated Edmonds because he was on the Cubs, and because Edmonds said something like derogatory about the car, and then the skipper was 100%. This is not like Emmy speeches where you have the fake tears. LaRusse was legitimately pissed off at Jim Edmonds because he was like, he doesn't play here anymore. You read those comments? And then they were like having this huge pissing match back and forth. That's when it was intense. Benedict Vaughn, come on.
Two texts in a row.
Yes, you're right. 2 in a row using the phrase. Doug, quit turning your back on the Mound City.
You know who will never turn your back on you, Martin? That's James Carlton. And Tim's going to tell us about James Carlton right now.
All right.
James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency in Webster Groves is my insurance agent. It has been since March of 2019, and I am so grateful that I made the switch to James 6+ years ago. The customer service you get at James Carlton's office is truly second to none. A proactive staff that is always looking for ways to save you money. And here's the thing, when you need to reach out to them, that means there is a serious situation. I mean, you're insuring your home, you're insuring your car, you're insuring your life. You are insuring things that matter to you. So you need a quick response. Well, that's what you're going to get from James and his staff. The first time I went in there, I'm like, man, you have a lot of people working here. He goes, well, that's because I want to make sure when people need something, they get an answer immediately. That's what they do. Call 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton State Farm.
Tim, on assignment today, that leaves you with Martin, Doug, Jackson, Chairman Kurt. Busy show, however, on the Stiefel dossier. Gabe DeArmond is coming up at 8:20, not 8:19, not 8:21.
8:20.
Like a Nassau launch. Joey Vitale at 9 o'clock. Your questions for Joey, you can text us in. Matt Holliday, talk some ball with Matt at 9:30. A loaded Stiefel dossier. You can call in. We'll try and wedge those calls in at 974-0101 or the Air Covered Service text line at 399-9646. Doug has ignited the text line with his take that he is... well, he's been a lifelong Cubs fan. He just decided to announce it here on the program. Also, the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where you can get involved as well. Well, what's going on in the YouTube chat? Steve Gottsagen's teleprompter. I think Hockey Bob is more of a presence on that other show on K-Fans or whatever it is called. It's
This is not nice.
We're not dunking on other people. We
Radio Wars.
Cam and the Cat are friends of ours. But I do think Hockey Bob loves Cam Jansen.
Yeah, I love Cam Jansen.
I think that's it.
We're in lockstep.
We'll take a break. It's the Morning After, presented by Brown & Crouppen.
Hey, this is Tim McKernan for a new sponsor here on The Morning After, and that is Psychiatric Care and Research Center. If you are looking for an opportunity to make money, Psychiatric Care and Research Center has that opportunity for you. This is Dr. John Canale, who is 40-plus years in practice and 20-plus years conducting clinical research trials. And he is conducting studies now for anxiety disorder, depression, bipolar depression, and obsessive-compulsive disorder. Compensation will be provided for your time and travel. The office is in O'Fallon, Missouri. If you are interested, you can call 636-244-3593. That's 636-244-3593. Or just go to the website, pcrc-stl.com. That's pcrc-stl.com, and work with Dr. John Canale in Psychiatric Care and Research Center. That's pcrc-stl.com.
Hey, this is Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. College football action tonight here on 101 ESPN as BYU is taking on West Virginia in Provo. That pregame is going to start at 9 p.m. with kickoff at 9:30. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
If you're on YouTube right now, you need to go back and podcast later.
And this was a big hit, believe it or not.
What year is this?
It's got to be the early 70s, maybe.
He sounds like the talking baseball guy. Talking baseball with my friend Bill. Who sings this?
That's Jim Stafford. Doug in the break told me about this little tune, and boy, howdy am I glad he did, because this is a jam.
Been the guy that did the streaker. Oh, they call him.
So he was kind of a wacky artist.
Yeah.
Well, we needed a Cardinals song. The owner's name is Bill.
Maybe that's it. It's
there
my
it is.
girl, Bill.
We stumbled into this.
I got to clip that part off about William shaking hand. That's unbelievable. That's crazy that song exists.
Tune, isn't it?
That might become the theme song.
And what was the story behind that song, Doug?
I think it was two guys going after the same girl.
Yeah, it sounds like a couple.
And he was
situation.
saying, hey, that's my girl, Bill.
Yeah.
My girl, comma.
But in the song title, there's no comma. It's just his My Girl Bill. And so I'm gonna take it literally.
Because otherwise, back in the day, that would have been a little more controversial, wouldn't it?
I don't know. 74? Sexual reawakening?
Yeah.
I've seen the Ice Storm.
Oh, have you?
Yeah. Key parties.
Was that Kevin Kline?
Yeah, the great. And Sigourney Weaver.
Did it rain a lot or snow a lot?
There's a literal ice storm. Yeah, Elijah Wood.
I guess hence the name.
Yeah, Elijah Wood took it.
TMA is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the 8 o'clock hour. That's the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Texters have all been real busy here. Doug did a good job, though, of diverting the communist Doug talk by bringing up that catchy tune there. Busy day on the show. Gabe DeArmond is coming up in... Do we need to, I hate when people do, in 14 minutes, align your whole schedule, but he will be with us.
Well, it is 8:07. That's a Clarkson Jewelers time check.
Thank you. 8:20. We'll talk to Gabe DeArmond. Joey Vitale next hour. Blues had the big 7-1 win. Doug wanted to see a preseason dub. He got it last night. They boot stomped the Ottawa Senators with the full squad on the ice last night. Eli Drinkwitz with the week off. Mizzou with the bye week. Coach Drink, who's on SEC Network a lot, especially Feinbaum. But this was on Wake Up Barstool, which is the latest Fox Sports 1 attempt to program.
Yeah.
And this is Coach Drink talking about the college football playoff.
I do love that the college basketball tradition of coaches, not even halfway through the season, already stumping for, we should be in the tournament, or we should, that has trickled over to college football now. It's already starting to do the, our conference is strong, we need this many bids. That's incredible. I love that.
You want to know why? Because college football has decided that instead of allowing, some sort of actual competition on the field to be involved, we decided, as Mike Leach completely and accurately described, we allowed a committee to decide. Yeah, a committee of people, which has always produced great results. As we can now sense, throughout the government, that committees are effective ways to make decisions. So we have beauty pageants instead of a football game. And, I talked about it at SEC Media Days. I still believe in this. We got to get back to figuring out who the best teams are on the field. I believe each conference should have play-in games and let those games decide who ultimately makes the playoffs. I think that's the best way to do it. I mean, I don't think anybody, the NFL is the most accurate model that we should all follow in professionalized sports. They play divisions. They play each other twice. You know that's the best team in that division. There's no doubt about it. And then, those teams makes the playoffs. You have 14 out of 32 teams make the playoffs. That's roughly 44%. We're talking about less than 10% in college football. We're asking fans for millions and billions of dollars to pay for players and stadiums. That's not sustainable if they don't see hope in their investment.
I think he brings up a really interesting point there at the end about, and I think he didn't explicitly say it, but like, what is a fan's goal? Like a booster's goal? Like if it's to win the championship every single year and not doing it as a failure, then yeah, I think the money might dry up in a little. Like I'm curious to see where we're at in 10, 15 years with this. And obviously the world of college athletics is changing every minute. But if you're a booster given all this money and your team doesn't even like win your conference after 10 years of you giving money, are you still giving money after that? I'm curious on that. And I get where he's saying if you have playing games, like you really have a fair shake at it as opposed to a committee. I think that's an interesting point.
Yeah. And now that we're past the charade that these are college students and they couldn't possibly play 2 more games because they have those tests and papers coming up that are due.
Right, midterms.
You could just play forever until you figure it out. Who's the
but
champion.
it's funny, he's talking about the committee. Gary Pinkel's on the committee. Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
Coach Tree.
But I get his point is always that if you have a committee, you're going to have flaws.
Sure.
You need, but it's so hard because you're playing a lot more games.
But if it's just record, so you're 10-2, you're Mizzou. He would argue, and probably rightfully so. Let's say you're 10-2 and Alabama's 9-3. Who would advance in the playoff? Well, the 10-2 team would. But what if you say, well, Bama beat Mizzou,
right?
And there are 3 losses. I'm making all this up.
Florida State.
They lost to Georgia, and they lost. I'm making it up.
Okay,
I'm just saying, on any given season, they lost to number 1 Notre Dame. They lost to number 2 Georgia. They lost to number 3 Clemson. They're 9-3. But yeah, you're 10-2.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but they beat you. I'm saying even though he's saying the standings should decide it, college football has always allowed for, I think, strength of schedule.
Yeah, for sure. But I think you could still have a committee seeding the teams in the conference for the playing games. Like if the SEC got 4 bids to the college football playoff and you had 8 teams vying for those spots, 4 playing games, I think that would eliminate some of the discussion points.
But you know what I'm saying.
100%.
It wouldn't be your 9-3. Their 9-3 versus your 10-2 might be
seed them as number 2 and seed Missouri as 4.
Who's seeding them?
The committee. Like that's what I'm saying. Like there's always going to be a committee of some sort because they play. There's too many teams. The NFL in the division, they play each team twice. Your division team twice.
Well, that's what he's saying. So if you get more into that,
there's 18 teams in the Big Ten. How is how are we supposed to judge that? When if Penn State plays Michigan one year and then no one else of the big dogs.
Coach Drink also talking about his Tigers sitting at 5-0 and looking ahead after the bye week.
How do you feel like Mizzou is stacking up where there could be 6 to 8 teams that we're talking about as potential playoff teams here?
Well, I think if you compete in the SEC, you're a potential playoff team. I mean, that's just the reality of it because you have to have such a high-level roster to play week in and week out in this league. And I think that's what we brag about the strength of the league all the time, and people get tired of hearing about it. But when you lead the country or the nation in draft picks every year, it's so tough to win on the road because these environments are so electric. I think that's the thing that people don't really understand. When you look at the bottom half of our league, I mean, who's the easy out? Like that's what you just got to ask yourself. You can go around every other conference and say, okay, that's going to be a win. That's going to be a win. That's going to be a win. And then when you talk about the SEC, this weekend, Vanderbilt's going into Alabama, and they got a legit chance to win that game because they have an elite level quarterback. They got a great defense. They have an identity of who they are. And you just don't see that in every other conference. As far as our team, we're going to find out a lot next week. I don't buy hype, so us being 5-0 is a good start. That's where we want it to be. But we're going to find out a lot about ourselves as we keep moving forward.
It's Good answer, I think.
Yeah, I think it's fair. It's all still to be determined.
And there's a talking point going on right now, like the top dogs of the SEC are no longer what they once were. And maybe that is the case. I just think that the middle level of the SEC has been raised up more so. And I think
definitely.
Directly from that.
Yeah.
Like we see teams like Mississippi State right now is in the hunt.
I think even when Lane Kiffin went to Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. 100%. Ole Miss
elevated that program.
There's teams that would be in the middle every year who might get one awesome win every year, but that's about it. Who are now legit contenders. And I get like if you're looking at Alabama losing to Florida State or Texas losing at Ohio State, and you're like, well, the Big Ten or like the big dogs, the SEC aren't what they once were, and maybe that is the case. I just think that it doesn't look as good because like Georgia plays a tough game with Tennessee, then Alabama goes and beats Georgia. Like I just think it's a lot more of the top dogs.
And a bad loss is harder to say, a bad loss. Like losing to Vandy used to be a bad loss.
Right.
And now if you lose to Vandy, you're like, oh.
Different story.
But as middle-of-the-pack SEC teams like Mizzou probably has benefited greatly from the transfer portal.
100%.
Some of the best players who have transferred
this
here.
Season, yeah.
And you go back a few years, and Purvula's probably still sitting on the bench at Penn State, and Hardy's still where he was without moving. And,
So the top team just sort of, what's it called when Randy Quaid moves into your house?
Squatters.
Yeah. I'm just saying they kind of like steal all the play and then they hold on to them.
You're talking from personal experience. Randy Quaid's been living in my garage.
Randy Quaid used to be known for vacation, but now I think of him as...
Well, he turned into Cousin Eddie.
Yes.
It's hard to get those squatters out, too.
Yeah. Some states, it's like impossible.
Hoarding. I was saying they're hoarding.
You ever watch that show, Hoarders?
No.
Give you nightmares.
I feel like Larry Nickel might have been watching it while calling in and doing a show that was Storage Wars.
ER.
Yeah.
Hoarding the best talent, to Doug's point, the best players would go to the big programs, and then they never see the field. Yeah. Nobody else gets them.
There'd be guys sitting on the bench at Alabama, Georgia, and Oklahoma that could probably play for darn near every other school in the America. So why are you going to sit?
Right.
You're not going to make the NFL if you're sitting on the bench.
Right. Balances out the talent. And balances out the talent.
And you're going to get paid $1 million to move too.
Right. But if you look at Mizzou, Bo Prabula, transfer. Ahmad Hardy, transfer. Kevin Coleman, transfer. Then defense, Josiah Trotter, transfer. Damon Wilson, transfer.
Yeah. The high school recruiting anymore is almost secondary importance.
I would say tertiary even.
Don't ever say that word to me again.
I kind of wonder sometimes what a lot of these like non-star players are making now with the NIL landscape. And Mike Kadick, who is now with Barstool, I think he was the center for Indiana last year. He said yesterday or the day before he was making $300,000 as the center for the Hoosiers.
Really?
He said the first check cleared when he was at the club, and it just...
God, life-changing money.
Right. But it's their slice of the pie, you know? They're out there. They're out there risking their lives.
Right.
Stop with this ridiculous talk about Mizzou going 10-2 this season. That's from Patrick Bateman, and I'm wondering, is that his real name?
American Psycho. It's
my bad.
Main character in American Psycho.
Patrick Bateman is not his real name.
Probably it might be, but that's also who Christian Bale portrays in the film. I think Mizzou has in front like 2 losses. You know, I don't think it's impossible. If I was a betting man, I'd probably say 3 losses, but 10 wins is not out of the question. How could it be? They have 5 wins right now.
Why does Doug hate tertiary?
I know. I agree.
It's the word
from the 217, and I believe they spelled it correctly. All right, we got to break because Gabe DeArmond. Is Tim still? Tim's here.
Yeah, Tim's here, and he's going to tell us about a title sponsor. It's Brian Crouppen.
Hey, this is Tim McKernan for our presenting sponsor on The Morning After, and that is Brown and Crouppen. If you are in a spot where you need a personal injury attorney, wouldn't you want somebody who is local, one who knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? Well, that's Brown and Crouppen. And that's why on Tuesdays here on TMA, you can hear from Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, or Ed Herman. They're local. They can drive to the studio in Creve Coeur because they are actually here. They know the legal environment. In addition to that, after an accident, money can be tight, and that's why they offer so much for free. First call, free. First consultation, free. Stuck at home or the hospital, they come to you for free. If you think you may need Brown & Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or Go to brownandcrouppen.com and make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision. It should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord.
All right, questions for Gabe, fire away on the text line. We'll get to those next. Gabe DeArmond from Power Mizzou on deck right here on TMA.
living, within all service, getting on the surface. Surrey is where I live.
Time to talk a little Mizzou football. Gabe DeArmond from Power Mizzou on the line with us, as we do every Monday and every Friday. A little different this week. The Missouri Tigers are off. So, Gabe, what suits your fancy this week? And I guess watching Bama and Vandy is a little bit of a scouting report for next week. What other, I guess that's the obvious, but what else is on the it's not a great college football slate this weekend, is it?
It's not, but there's that. There's Mississippi State at A&M. Missouri plays both of them. Texas at Florida, I think, is at least worth monitoring to see if Billy Napier can continue to be the, rise from the coffin coach. And then there's some other ones. Like I just posted a deal on our YouTube page of 9 games you should watch, because I think it's now nearing kind of like what we do with the NCAA tournament, which is, okay, how are all these other games going to impact you and your ability to get in the playoff where you could be seeded, all that. So obviously the SEC games matter, but matters what happens in other conferences too. Like Boise State's at Notre Dame. Yeah, Notre Dame should win that, but hey, if Notre Dame picks up another loss, they're pretty much done in this conversation. So follow that. Miami at Florida State. I think you actually want Miami to go unbeaten in the ACC and just make sure everybody else has a couple losses and make that a one-bid league. Same in the Big 12 with like Iowa State at Cincinnati, Texas Tech at Houston. You only want one team coming out of that league. So it doesn't necessarily matter in games yet who loses. You just want teams to pick up losses, and then once they do pick up losses, like you want them to get 2 or 3 of them.
Mizzou currently ranked 19th in the AP, 18th in the coaches poll. You think that's about right? Is that about where they belong?
It's fair for now. I mean, I'm sure. Look, I don't know who's ranked right above them or right below them. You could probably argue they could be a little higher, but the truth is their schedule so far hadn't been any good. I mean, they had 3 scrimmages. Kansas just lost to Cincinnati. They're average. South Carolina isn't as good as we thought. So we'll find out about Missouri over the next 7 weeks. Like the polls only exist for people to argue about and to give us, hey, let's talk about college football. And it works, but they don't matter for another couple of weeks.
I think when we hit a bye, we usually talk about it's great for the guys to get healthy. Where are we with Mizzou? Anything notable health? Who's likely to return? How about a injury update with Gabe DeArmond?
Yeah, no, it's Caden Green is all we're really watching at this point. And we're not going to know until, Pete Thamel tweets next Friday night whether he's going to play or not, 10 minutes ahead of the availability report. But that's the one to watch. I mean, when it first happened, everything we heard was, hey, optimistic hope is he's back for Alabama, but that's not a sure thing. So we'll see where he's at. Probably won't know until the report 90 minutes before game time.
And we did tell the texters, the listeners here, they can fire off questions for Gabe, which is always a little bit dangerous. The Air Comfort Service text line is 399-9646. Gabe, have you noticed, this is actually a serious one, have you noticed that Prevula's been missing more receivers in the last few games?
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't played as well in the last 2 or 3 as he did in the first 2. I think he's still been good. He still has 2 or 3 throws a game that make you go, wow, this kid's got everything. But he hasn't been perfect. I think we forget that he started 5 games in his career. I think I said last week, like, there's going to be a game along the way here that Missouri has to win in spite of him, where he doesn't play very well, maybe turns it over once or twice, and Missouri has to find another way, whether it's the running game, defense, special teams, whatever it may be, to win a game where their quarterback doesn't play well. Like that happens to most teams during the course of a year, and I think that's coming at some point.
They may have to count on Bobby Boots to make some field goals. Where do you think their confidence level is with him right now?
Look, everyone the rest of the year, just I don't know. It's going to be a 50-50 deal once you're beyond about 35 yards. I mean, he made a big one against South Carolina, and that was great. Had missed one the week before, but I think you're still just kind of it's a coin toss anytime you're kicking a field goal from somewhere outside the 20.
Can Gabe rank Ahmad Hardy, Cody Schrader, Henry Josie? I think it's a little early for Hardy, and just like the Heisman talk, I think we'll see how he does in the SEC. But he's certainly become a fan favorite, and he's got, he's only a sophomore too. I mean, in terms of if he sticks around, he could do some damage too in the long term in the record books.
Yeah, it is early. I think right now I'm comfortable saying he's Missouri's best running back since Josie. I think and he may not put up the numbers Cody did, but Cody got not only every bit out of his talent, he got more than was there, and had a phenomenal season. And it's one of the all-time great stories in Missouri history. But I think if you give coaches a choice, him or Ahmad Hardy, coaches are taking Ahmad Hardy. The physical tools are there. He's got to have more than 5 games before I'm going to say he's better than Henry Josie, better than Tony Temple, things like that. But I've said, for a couple weeks now, I think by the time this kid's done, there's a chance we're saying he's the best one here since James Wilder.
When they're high school kids, the recruiting, we always find out who's in their top 3, their top 4. They could have gone this. When they transfer, I don't know if we hear it as much. With Hardy, do you remember who else was in on him, or was it well known? Because I'm thinking, what a steal it appears to be with this kid coming out of Louisiana Monroe. Was there another team that we knew of that was in the mix?
Yeah, he was heavily pursued. He was regarded as one of the best running backs in the portal. I don't remember all the schools, but basically what I know is it was kind of Missouri and Ole Miss. And I was actually told a couple weeks ago, because Hardy's a Mississippi kid, he was probably going to Ole Miss. And then the way it worked out, he visited Missouri. Kejuan Lacey entered the transfer portal. Hardy comes to Missouri. Lacey is now the starter at Ole Miss. They're the top 2 rushers in the SEC. I don't know whether it was, hey, Ole Miss convinced Lacey to go in the portal and that led Missouri to replace him with Hardy, or whether Lacey found out Hardy was visiting and that led him to go into the portal and go to Ole Miss. I don't know which way it worked out, but it kind of was always going to be Missouri and Ole Miss. Those 2 kids were going to be the starting running backs at those places. It just ended up maybe being the opposite of what we would have thought it was, 12 months ago.
Gabe, I was looking at your first 5 games by the numbers, and some of the defensive stats really stand out. How much of that do you think is a product of the schedule in the first 5 games? And what do you expect out of that defense as you get into kind of the meat of the schedule?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is the product of the schedule. I think this is a good defense. I do not think Missouri's going to lead the country and allow 203 yards a game all year. Central Arkansas was dreadful. UMass, I think, had 120 total yards. Louisiana threw for 4. Kansas and South Carolina combined to run for negative yardage, which was pretty impressive. So I think this is a very good defense. We find out over the course of the next 3 weeks. We're going to know after the Vanderbilt game. They play Alabama and they go to Auburn and Vanderbilt. And we'll know, hey, is this an elite defense or is this just a pretty good defense and you're going to have to score? I think Missouri's going to have to score 30 to beat Alabama. I could be wrong, but I think the winner of that game is going to have to put up 30 points. So I think it's a good defense, but it's, again, the big plays have been an issue. And, I'm not sold on the secondary, specifically on the safeties.
What's your gut on Bama Vandy? The Chairman Kurt and I have a wager. I think Alabama's about to dial it up a notch and start pounding some people. The 10.5, pretty big spread there. What do you think happens in that game?
No, I'm with you. I think this is a come out very angry and never let up game. I think Vandy's a good team. I do not think Vandy is a go to Alabama and win when Alabama has had this game circled. Them losing to, fair or not, them losing to Vanderbilt last year was embarrassing for that program and the people involved and the fans and all that. They want this one. I would be stunned if Alabama doesn't play very well. I think Alabama wins by multiple scores.
Gabe, we talked about yesterday the Sporting News story, and I was very glad that you were able to catch that. And
calling it a story is generous, but
the Sporting News swipe, as we described it.
Al Formicola,
who
loves his work.
Yeah, he's freelance writer. Timeline of that, how that all came about. It was a great story you wrote, and then when you found out about the whole situation going on with the Sporting News thing.
Well, yeah, actually, my dad called me and he said, "Hey, is this Sporting News thing fake?" I said, "What Sporting News thing? What are you talking about?" And somebody had posted it on our message board. And I tried to find out if Mr. Formicola existed as a human being. From what I can tell, he does not.
Yeah, we came to the same conclusion.
Look, aggregation and even AI scraping things is not new. Like it's an issue, and we all of us in this business know it. But to me, the most troubling thing was you have created a profile and even said this guy worked at another media outlet.
Right.
And he clearly did not. Like, he doesn't exist. He's a machine. This is, I mean, like, I remember SI a couple years ago said, hey, we're going to use AI to write some stories. I mean, yeah, I think it's dumb, but I hate it, but at least they were honest about it, So, look, it is what it is. I'm not the first person it happened to. I won't be the last person it happened to. And I think it's a twofold problem. I mean, and obviously the fact that it happens at all, but also the fact that, especially in sports, a lot of the people don't care where it comes from.
Right.
They just want the information, which is why aggregation is, I mean, there will be, stories posted on our message board like, hey, media outlet X story on this. No, it's not a media outlet X story. It is a media outlet X story reporting what Pete Thamel reported or reporting what we reported or there's so many places that they don't cover anything except they cover the coverage, and so I do think it's important to support the people that actually do the work and put the time in. Unfortunately, that toothpaste is so far out of the tube, and I understand a lot of the distrust and dislike of the media. So when you try to tell fans, hey, support the people that actually do this, they don't care. They just want the information on their team. It does, even if they know. A lot of them don't know, and I wouldn't expect them to. They're not in our business, right? But even the ones who do know, a lot of them just don't care. As long as I get the information, especially if I can get it for free, it doesn't really matter where it comes from.
Is there anything you can do to protect your work, though? Get it all copyrighted or something?
I don't know. If you find, I mean, like, here's the problem with social media, honestly, guys. Like, and this is our fault. Like, we've all used social media so wrong for 15 years because, like, our stuff's behind a paywall. I put it on our message board first, but then if you're going to get any credit for breaking a story, you have to put it on social media.
Right.
The problem is, as soon as you put it on social media, there are 27 other media outlets who just say, hey, Power Mizzou's reporting this, and literally all they have to do is say Power Mizzou reported it, and they're covered.
How can we be sure that
I don't really know what you do?
How are we sure that Cody and that mustache of his isn't an AI chatbot?
Oh wow.
I've met him. I've sat next to him in person at the last 4 games. He is a real human being.
Yeah.
What's sad is there has to be some humans with the sporting. Somewhere somebody's making decisions that's overseeing things and allowing for this type of plagiarism, we'll call it, to exist. Did you actually get a hold of a human to talk to issue the complaint?
No, I just tweeted out and tagged him and had a whole bunch of, like, Mizzou Twitter is a thing. Like, people don't understand how it's kind of an angry mob, and sometimes you can use it to your advantage, especially if it involves journalism topics. If you can get some former Mizzou journalism people involved, that's helpful. So that's all I did. And again, like, I don't know. It happens everywhere. I'm glad it got fixed. It's going to happen again.
And for those who missed it, the story that was swiped by Al, we'll call him Al, it was a deep dive into the coaching search that landed on Eli Drinkwitz, and we want folks to subscribe to Power Mizzou and get this kind of work. But if you would, Gabe, give them just kind of the real. What I always joked was that they took the list that the consulting firm and Jim Sturr created, and then the Board of Care just crumpled it up and threw it back at him. What's the Reader's Digest version of your story?
Well, and I remember, and I apologize. I don't know exactly who works for every station, so I'm not trying to give anybody credit that I shouldn't give credit on your station. But I do remember I was driving to Indianapolis the day all this kind of went sideways in 2019, and there was, I think it was Randy Carricker was the first one to report, like, hey, there's some issues here with what's going on. Here's the 3 names, and then Dave Matter and I they had that day, and that was a wild day. Hey, here's the list. No, this list isn't good enough. Start over. And the new information, like, Missouri fans knew a lot of the stuff in my story. The new stuff in my story was the involvement of Curtis Wilson, who played offensive line here in the 80s, whose son Micah was on the team in 2019 and had been recruited to Boise State originally by Eli Drinkwitz, and how his tie, he was kind of the one that was, he was literally on a phone call with Jim Sturk Nick Josen was texting Eli Drinkwitz at the same time about the job. And so that was kind of the new part. And, I appreciate Curtis and Nick talking to me, and both of them kind of were like, yeah, this was 6 years ago. There's no harm in telling this story now because nobody knows this. And it'd be great if everybody does kind of now know who was involved and their importance in getting this. I mean, Nick told me, if Curtis doesn't call me, I'm not sure Eli Drinkwitz is the coach here. And, obviously, it's worked out pretty well. Like, I don't think I would have written that story if Eli was sitting 500 year 6. But since it's gone well, it was good timing.
All right, two-parter from Bobby Big Wheels. Gabe, well, why are the Tigers not taking more downfield shots, also hard or soft tacos? So we got a two-parter.
Good. Yeah. Both great questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to go soft tacos.
Absolutely. Great call, Gabe.
I mean, hard tacos, like, you run the risk of taking a bite and it just shatters like ice, and then what you've got is taco salad.
Yeah, that's child's play.
Yeah, I like taco salad, but I don't want to eat my taco with a fork. If I want a taco, I want to be able to pick it up. And then the downfield shots, look, that's what we're going to find out. Have they been not doing it because they haven't had to? Because guys aren't getting open, because defenses are playing, shell coverage and saying, hey, you're not going to beat us deep. I mean, I expect starting next week, defensive coordinators are going to play Missouri and say, the one thing that's not going to happen is Ahmad Hardy's not going to beat us. You might beat us, but we're not going to let that kid run for 200 and that be the reason. So I expect teams to start crowding the line of scrimmage, and that means you're going man-to-man with Brett Norfleet and Marquise Johnson and Josh Manning and Kevin Coleman. And then it's up to Missouri to exploit that. And that doesn't necessarily have to mean deep shots, but I think often against man-to-man, that's what it'll include. So we'll find out if they can do it. Again, these next 3 games we're going to know after October 25th at Vanderbilt. We'll know exactly what the chances are that this Missouri team is as good as we think it is right now. But we won't really know until then.
Boy, a lot of questions. What would it cost for Gabe to take his shirt off? Also, question, would he wear a wife beater if Mizzou made the playoffs? That's offensive, that term. But somebody did have a serious question. What will it take for Mizzou to win these tough games down the stretch?
I'm going score more points than the other team. Everyone's a little bit different, right? I mean, there's this kind of Alabama's the only team Missouri hasn't beaten since joining the SEC. They're still Alabama. I've seen they're favored by about 6.5 right now. Now that could change based on what happens tomorrow. But you've got to play. If Missouri plays well, it can win every game left on the schedule. Now, you can go out and play an A game, and that still might not be good enough to beat Alabama or win at Oklahoma because that team's A game may be better than yours. But we break all this down, and it's just you've just got to play better than the other team on that day. Like Mississippi State, Arkansas, maybe you can get away with a B game and win, maybe. But the rest of the games, hey, if Alabama plays well, you're going to have to play an A game to win. Now, maybe you could beat Alabama because Alabama doesn't play well, right? It's just this sliding scale of how well do you play versus how well does the other team play that day, and they got to find a way to win 5 of them.
Gabe DeArmond, Power Mizzou, with us on Mondays and Fridays, brought to you by James Carlton, State Farm. That's carltoninsurance.net. Gabe, enjoy the bye week. We'll talk on Monday next week.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Now Papers taking shrapnel. Hard tacos is child's play because you're scared to get a booba in your mouth. Come on, Jackie Papers.
No, disagree. Hard tacos are weak sauce.
Yeah, it's just terrible. You take a bite, it crumbles all over you.
It's an unbalanced bite. There's no way you can get a balanced bite with a hard taco because if you bite the top of it, it's all veggies and other stuff, and then at the bottom is all the meat.
And they're not real either.
Right. Yeah, they're not authentic at all.
Yeah, I should use that word. They're not authentic.
Now, you can have crispy, soft tacos. That's a little different. Like a crispy outside.
You lost the room.
I'm not talking about it's still a soft shell, but it's like kind of crispy.
The equivalent of a steak char, but it's kind of that.
Yeah, it's not
a little bit more.
Right.
I'll allow it.
Okay.
He's gonna allow it.
Thank you.
That was from Doug's
as the keeper
missile,
of Hispanic culture.
Yeah, I was going to say.
You are?
Thank you, senor.
I didn't know we had that category.
But soft tacos are that's the answer.
Maybe Chairman will get on the St. Louis Magazine A-list for the keeper of. What, Hispanic
culture, food and culture.
It's almost impossible to eat a hard taco in the car while you're driving.
Impossible.
It'll be all
that would be
over
bad.
you.
Yeah.
And I don't know how this is going to be taken. Cheese does not belong on tacos.
Whoa.
I agree.
You agree?
Yeah.
What kind of take is that?
That's stupid.
There's always cheese on tacos.
There should not be. Yeah, if you go to
why not
Taco Bell.
I also prefer burritos without rice.
double carb.
It's just unnecessary. You see a big ass burrito and you're like, wow, what a big
Why do you
burrito.
hate
It's all
Qdoba and
rice.
Chipotle?
A real taco
I like Chipotle.
is
Thank you.
shell, meat, onion, cilantro, lime juice.
That's that's like in Mexico, right? That's like a
right.
Okay, I'm into it. That's my favorite kind of taco.
It's amazing how many texts would come in asking Mizzou questions, and then every other one. When's he taking his shirt off?
Right.
How much does it cost? Take your shirt.
It's like a dog chasing a car.
unbelievable.
Like if he were to ever take his shirt off, he wouldn't know what to do.
I wanted to ask him about the sporting news thing. I'm glad you did. I wasn't sure if that was like.
Oh, no, I mean, he was tweeting all about it. No, he was tweeting all about it.
I was going to bring it up because a number of people said, has he been able to bury the hatchet with Al? Al Formicola. And for those who missed it, we did talk about it yesterday. The sporting news social media, just AI generated, took Gabe's story about that 2019 coaching search that landed on Eli Drinkwitz, kind of the backstory, how the coaching consulting firm gave him a list of names that nobody was excited about. And then Sporting News just grifted the story. But I think if anything, for Gabe, maybe now it's given it further juice. Like more people are talking about it. You know what I'm saying? In a weird way, maybe nationally it got even a little more interest because of the mini controversy.
For sure. And I mean, he brings up a good point about aggregators. Like, you might see a story, like something's going on. You don't like, oh, is this real? Like, what's going on? And you'll see 17 different outlets have this story, but it's all aggregated. So one person really has the story, and it's been aggregated, 16 times. So it's kind of misleading. And that's one thing, because those are usually done by real humans. But for AI, just essentially rewrite a story, even though the content's the exact same, is way off. And then represent it as a real person.
To create a fake profile picture, just wild.
Greasy.
That's the worst.
You can see
acted like somebody actually
you
did it.
could see Joe Sports Blog doing something like that, but
yeah. And it wouldn't be better if they just said it's AI, because it's still like taking someone's work, but at least it'd be like less shady.
I think a successful version of the aggregator would be Mike Florio, because ProFootballTalk.com became huge. He's now on Sunday Night Football, and he's on the field at the big game. Initially, you'd go there. All it was is a Post-Dispatch is reporting Rams might move. Hey, Cleveland Inquirer says Browns firing coach. It was just all a collection of the stories around the country.
And there's value
with accurate attribution.
Absolutely.
It wasn't stealing the story.
Right. But sometimes these are behind paywalls, like Gabe's talking about. Like Gabe's story's behind a paywall. That's how he makes his money. So if someone aggregates it for free.
So they had to pay to steal his stuff.
Right. Well, and then aggregate and steal, like aggregating with proper attribution is, I guess on the up and up. But just take, like, this thing was way different. That was off. But like if you're someone from The Athletic, like if you're aggregating someone from The Athletic, that's a paid service,
Guys, we're just moving past this taco thing.
There's nothing that anybody could text in that would make me change my mind either. That and Stevie Wonder not being blind, or Hills I'll Die On.
Oh, really?
Wow. And your big take, not about Stevie Wonder, but was that you can't put cheese on a taco.
Not that you can't. Some people like things, and some people don't like other things.
For you,
they're not. I'm saying they're not real tacos.
What about a side of queso fresco?
Yeah, feel free.
Feel free. You do you.
I don't do that, but
cheese definitely belongs.
No, you're just
on birria tacos.
On what?
Birria tacos.
Birria tacos. That's from Sausage.
There is a lot of
melted cheese in birria tacos.
Oaxaca cheese. That's good stuff. Oaxaca, Doug.
Somebody just texted in, wrong. Cheese is mandatory.
Sometimes
it'll lead to text about the fats now. I think a taco should have cheese there. I said it.
Okay.
You guys are dug in on this, and you're wrong. Kind of like Doug rooting for the Cubs. He's just wrong.
Did you go to the Foundry last night?
Yeah.
Did you have those tacos?
No.
Did you go to the Foundry? Did you go from one place to the next? It's kind of food court-esque.
It's too much.
Too much.
Well, yeah. So yesterday I had fasted all day, and so I would describe myself as ravenous. And
you did it on purpose, though, because
it was Yom Kippur, so I was fasting for Yom Kippur, and so parents are in Europe, so usually we do like a family get together for what they call break fast, where you break your fast. But I was on my own, so I went to the Foundry, and it's too many options, and I didn't like the decision I made.
You were overwhelmed.
Yeah, and I didn't like.
What'd you decide on?
I'm not gonna.
Did you only go to one spot?
Badmouth the spot, but it wasn't good. Yeah, I only picked one spot. Well, because it's kind of pricey.
I may have made a very bad decision last night, too.
Please.
Black Cubs jersey.
I like this.
Black Cubs jersey.
No, I had to put a diaper on my dog.
What?
Never thought I'd do that.
You had to put a diaper?
Did you not
Well,
get to
I
this
got an
sooner?
aging dog, like 15 years old, weighs about 18 pounds, and has decided going to the bathroom outside is now optional. And so what do? I can't give her the old Yeller treatment
No,
yet.
not yet.
And so at nighttime, I had to fish the tail through the hole in the diaper. With the dog trying to bite me, saying, "You're not going to do this to me. You're not." I thought we were friends. The dog's giving me this look like, "What the hell are you doing?"
Hey, karma's real. I'd watch what you say. You're not too far off from nighttime diapers.
Well, the dog chewed the side of the diaper and got it off her during the middle of the night. But I had to get up twice to take the dog outside in the middle of the night. Is it wrong to put a diaper on a dog?
No,
I think if your house is getting sullied otherwise.
I had a friend that did not have his dog fixed, and she was bleeding all over the house, and he had to go diapers.
Yeah, I think you have to do it, Doug. It probably looks
get too
humiliating.
detailed, but we can say he prefers to be treated like a dog and also a toilet.
Yeah, oh boy, this dog was she was not
Is that
happy
Chris
with
Hansen?
me.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to Chris Hansen?
I
Did
think
he got sideways?
His show got sued, and so they kind of stopped doing it.
Is that entrapment?
I
What he
think
would do?
I think that's what that may have been what they sued.
They
on.
probably would try to use that in court. I don't know. I don't know the legality of it all.
Was he on TMA? I feel like
Chris Hansen?
Yeah.
I don't think so. We used to play
He
the
may
clips
have
all the
been.
time.
I feel like he was on.
Certainly
one
not in
time.
my era.
Buck, are you listening?
Buck Swope. That's keep it Buck Swope. Keep it
Bourbon
real.
Bob in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is infatuated while I was fasting yesterday. It was a religious thing. On Yom Kippur, you fast on Yom Kippur. So there's the answer.
Just a million texts about tacos. It's just unbelievable. File that away. Somebody called you Pol Pot papers.
Oh, that's nice.
A new edition, Jackson Ocasio Burkett, Charcoal Burkett. Now we have Pol Pot papers. We better stay on time because Joey Vitale is not going to help us with clock management. That's at 9 o'clock. Blues got the win over the Senators last night. Preseason home finale in the preseason. They'll play in Chicago tomorrow night. You'll hear that game right here on 101 ESPN. We delved into the baseball a little earlier. We'll get back to the playoff talk with Matt Holliday. That's at 9:30. We're in the 8 o'clock hour. That's presented by Fisher Window and Doors Store. Getting close to that 9 o'clock hour with our friend Mark Hanna. TMA is presented by Brown and Crouppen.
Hey, this is Tim McKernan for Aesthetic Design and Build. How about the weather we are experiencing in the St. Louis area? If you have worked with Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build, then you are enjoying a world-class, high-quality outdoor living space. That's what they have been doing at Aesthetic Design and Build for over 30 years. They have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, so you can see their work right there. Want to check it out? Find out more at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. They really are a design company that can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. If you are ready to take your outdoor space to the next level, Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. Call them, 636-532-5008, or you can visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way.
It's Halloween. It's time to scare the pants off your friends. It's Halloween.
It's spooky season.
Aye.
What are you going as this year, Martin? Al Pharmacola.
AI generated dad guy, AI generated khakis.
I think I might go as Mazelok, just because I like the look.
Yeah.
It's something I would just like to wear.
Yeah. Hit up J. Crew, Banana Republic. Mr. Guy.
Update on the Radio Wars. This is from, is it Ricky Putz? If it's R-A-K-Y, K-Y, would it be Reiki?
It's Ricky Putz. I know Ricky Putz.
Ricky Putz. 2 hours, 43 minutes into yesterday's pod, the traders over at the Riz Show called you guys out for peeing on the floor of the bathroom.
Oh, my God. This again?
I suspect diapers Vaughn.
What was the time?
2 hours, 43 minutes into yesterday's pod, the traders over at the Riz Show. So, Ricky Putz, thank you.
Thank you, Ricky Putz. During the Joey interview, I will find that. We'll have that audio after Joey.
Guys, Chris Hansen was absolutely on the show.
Yeah,
Multiple people said that.
Yeah, it plays on TMA all day.
And they said they hear it every 2 days on the skeleton.
Every 6.
Early 2010s. And then somebody else was explaining that the show went off the air eventually to catch a predator.
Yeah.
Because some people ended up killing themselves that were caught in the web. And they said it also took down some higher up people, which led to the show going away.
It was a good show, though.
The way Chris Hansen would read that stuff is unbelievable.
Why don't you have a seat is one of my favorite lines in television.
Have some pizza. It was so good.
Don't forget Mao Zedong. That would be you, I guess, instead of Mao Zedong.
Yeah, this is some of the most creative stuff I've ever heard.
Then we have a thing called Drops of the Week.
Morning After.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you guys drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off.
I have all these funny quips, and no one's there to giggle at them.
Padres on the loose. Let's go, Goose. That's what's in.
Nice pegging.
Well, it's rock hard out here.
They're a gutless bunch of underachievers. That's what they are. Gutless to the core as a group. They should be ashamed of themselves.
Well, come on.
Will Gareth giggle?
Oh, yeah.
You have an affinity for porta potties.
An affinity for porta potties?
Hi, Linda.
Look in the mirror.
I don't wake up on my face, though.
I sat back to back with my wife's father in the Furrow men's room. Yeah, I'm not going to finish reading that.
Ooh, what's coming next?
Tell me it's not true.
That was Drops of the Week. Drop, down, drop. Get it.
I think Francesa's on a streak here, right? Is he in every week? I love it. I love it.
You can never have too much, I say.
And then Buck Swope has chimed in from September 16th, 2016. He sent me a screenshot.
Nice.
Today's TMA, Will Leach at 8 o'clock. Talking all things baseball, I guess.
Sure.
Will Leach. Chris Hansen, To Catch a Predator, 9 o'clock on TMA.
Really?
Keisha Gray at 9:25. That didn't
God, what a dossier.
that didn't give Hansen a long runway, though.
Well,
You
what
had
was
to
the
guess.
timing again on Hansen?
9 for Hansen, 9:25 for Keisha Gray. Who's Keisha Gray? I'm sorry.
She's an adult actress.
She
Went
likes
from To
Kitten and
Catch a
Bunny.
Predator to an adult. Doug, do you remember that show?
That particular show, no. I do remember Chris Hansen on the show.
Freshly
now, though.
at Calf and that's at that time. If that's September of 2016.
Really wowing the new ownership group with your dossier. Today's Stiefel dossier tells me that Joey Vitale's on at 9, and then the clock tells me it is 9, so we best break to get on track. Hockey talk and your questions for Joey. Fire those away to the Air Comfort Service text line at 399-9646. 314-399-9646. Questions for Joey next.
Awesome.
folks. How you doing? It's Joe Vitale. I'm here to talk to you about your garage door. I know, hot topic. Not really. Unless it's broke, then it becomes a pretty hot topic. But I got good news for you. If that doggone thing ever breaks down, I got a guy for you. So get out your pen, get out a piece of paper, or your phone, or whatever you do to take notes down. 636-782-3608. Hey, that's my guy, Jason. That's his whole awesome company, Schaefer Door. You can visit their website at schaeferdoor.com, or better yet, just shoot him a text. Give him a call. Once again, 636-782-3608. No job is too big. No job is too small. Whether you got a business, your personal garage, they will take care of you, and they will take care of you in a hurry with the personal care you deserve. 636-782-3608 is their number. Schaefer Door, Clopay Master, authorized dealer.
Hey, this is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. On the MLB playoff action yesterday as the Cubs defeat the Padres to move on, the Tigers defeat the Guardians, and the Yankees defeat the Red Sox. That ends as we head into the divisional series of the Major League Baseball playoffs. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Well, the whole town's celebrating a preseason win that Doug said was long overdue.
It was.
A lot of concern in the Vaughn household, whether the Cubs would advance and whether the Blues would win an exhibition hockey game. They did beat the snot out of Ottawa last night, 7-1. Joey Vitale on the line with us, Blues analyst. And Joey, I think it's the first time they really rolled out the A squad, right? He had the varsity team, and they certainly looked the part.
Yeah, hey, good morning, Marty. Yeah, I would say so. I would say it's the closest thing to the A squad. Is it the A-plus squad we're going to see next Thursday? No. You know, we didn't see Jake Neighbors last night. We didn't see Toropchenko. So I think, to me, there's a couple missing pieces. I think Jim Montgomery addressed it yesterday morning when he said, listen, we have a couple guys that could come in, a couple guys that come out. It's really up to the players now on the ice out of those, let's call it those fringe players, to go out there and make a stance that you belong on this team. And to me, I think Matthew Joseph, for example, is one of those players that, is he in or is he out next week? Well, he made a stance last night, and he's made a stance all preseason, to be honest with you, that he belongs in the lineup.
I know it's easy to brush off the preseason outcomes, and I see Florida's only won 2 of their 6 games. But it seems like it's still important to get a little taste of a victory, isn't it? That you want to be playing well when the regular season starts.
Oh, I mean, listen, sure you do. I mean, you want that feeling. I talked about it in the post game last night, but everyone's looking for that. You're looking for that feeling, Doug. You want to walk into something feeling confident, and confidence comes, of course, from just committing to little promises and seeing those promises through. And part of that is winning, and part of that is just playing that way that you know how. For a goal scorer, whether it be a Robert Thomas or let's look at a Dylan Holloway like last night, you want those guys to be getting those points. I know it sounds crazy, but it's been a long summer. You want to see a shot, and you want to see the swoosh of the net, and you want to hear the horn, and you want to feel the crowd, and you want to go through the line where you're popping knuckles with all your buddies like that. It just brings back a feeling, right? So that feeling is what all the Blues are going to need heading into the first regular season game, which is next Thursday. And, of course, I think that you look across the board, I think everyone has that feeling now, that kind of that mojo, right? Austin Powers. You ever watch that Austin Powers movie, Doug? You ever watch that Austin Powers that talks about his mojo?
Yes, sure.
Yeah, you don't want to lose your mojo.
No.
Because, once you lose your mojo, it's hard to get it back. So I like to think that these players are walking in with some good mojo next Thursday.
How about that? And the top line last night, all three, +4. Buchnevich had a goal and an assist. Robert Thomas, a goal with 2 assists. And then Snugs, Doug likes to call him Snugs, a couple of assists. I think that line is pretty cemented. Do you think there's any wiggle room, or is the second line for sure you're going to have where Kyrou and Shen, and then why am I blanking? Who's my left wing? What am I just Holloway? Yeah, Holloway, who's got 3 goals. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just. Well, what if I told you he was golfing? What would you say about that, Joey?
Oh my goodness! Oh boy, wheels are falling off.
Oh no, but my other than blanking on Dylan Holloway, is there any wiggle room in that top 6? Do you think Neighbors every once in a while could slide up there, or do you think they're pretty set? Those 2 top lines won't have much movement.
No, I think the top 2. I think the top 2 lines. Let's just look at what's solidified. Let's begin with the top 2 lines. Yes, Thomas is going to start in the middle with Buchnevich and Snuggerud. I think they were the best line on the ice last night. A little careless at times, but Snuggerud's a young player. He plays that kind of cowboy hockey at times, which is fun and it's fine. And he's young and he's going to grow out of it and he's going to learn how to manage it a little bit better. But all in all, I thought they were the best line on the ice. 2 games ago versus the Dallas Stars at home, it was the Pew Suter line between Dylan Holloway and Jordan Kyrou. That was the best line on the ice. They were just so dynamic and all over the place. So those are your top 6. Let's look at all the D. All the D in last night's game, that's set. Fowler with Parayko, Falk with Broberg, and then you got, of course, Tyler Tucker with Logan Mailloux. By the way, Logan Mailloux, I love this kid. He plays on an edge. I didn't expect that about him, but he is going to be your 6th defenseman, I would imagine. Matthew Kessel is kind of your 7th guy waiting to get in. And then we saw our goalie last night in Jordan Binnington. We're going to see Joe Hofer more than likely tomorrow night in Chicago. So that's set. So what's not set is really a full 4th line and a 3rd line right winger. Because you got Jake Neighbors and Shen on that 3rd line. That's a great pair. And then I think that who is going to be his right winger? And then you have just this whole mix of players. Could it be Matthew Joseph? Could it be Nick Bukestad? Do you move Nathan Walker up and down the lineup? Is it Alexander Texier? I think right now, if I had to predict based off of what I have seen this preseason, I think Nick Bukestad has done a really good job on the wing with Shen and Neighbors. I think they add just such size and physicality. Everyone on that line can bring speed, can forecheck, and can hit. To me, that's a really solid 3rd line checking line. So if that's Bukestad's, then really you're looking at a 4th line. You got Sundqvist, you got Walker, you got Toropchenko, you got Joseph, Texier, and Milan Lucic. You can't keep everybody. One of those guys has to go. Milan Lucic, to me, he's the player on the tryout. I think they're going to give him probably one more opportunity, probably tomorrow night, and they have to make a decision. Does he stay or does he go? If he ends up not making this team, then you're pretty much set with all the players you have. But if Milan Lucic comes in and he continues to get better, and I think he has gotten better throughout camp, each and every game, and I'll get into him in a second, then one of those veteran players has to bump out, and they're going to have to move somebody, put someone on waivers, or look for a trade. For Milan Lucic, is he going to make the team? I think it's going to be really close. I think the one question mark that I had, the one question mark I would imagine that Doug Armstrong and Alexander Steen have, and Jim Montgomery, is can he keep up with the speed of the game? It's been almost 2 years since he's been playing hockey. Where is his speed at? Guys, I'm telling you, I'm watching from above. He's getting there. He's got the legs. His body's in great shape. He's got the wheels to forecheck. He's got the wheels to get to where he needs to go. The question now becomes, can they coach him? Can he come to form into this system and be a part of this group? Does he have the intelligence? Does he have the knowledge? Does he have the experience? Does he have the tools to play the style they need to play? If Jim Montgomery thinks he can coach that into him, guys, I think he's going to stay. Because, like I said, the tools of speed and can he get around is there. Now it's really about, is he coachable enough to get to where the Blues need him to be?
Have they spent much time this preseason working on how to defend when the other team pulls their goalie? I know that was a real weakness last year. Ended their season perhaps prematurely because of it. Was that just a fluky thing, or is that something they really need to change in terms of execution?
No, I think a lot of things need to change. I think you can't look at what happened last year, not just the playoffs. I mean, this was a consistent thing happening all year. And it's not just defending a 6-on-5, Doug. I mean, how many times last year were we trying to score where we had a 6-on-5 advantage and just so many empty net goals? So I think there is some carelessness when you have a 6-on-5 advantage they want to clean up. I think there's some system stuff there for sure. And I think when they're defending a 6-on-5, I think a lot of it is just the thought process about why are we doing what we're doing. Yeah, I think there's some end zone stuff to sort out, but also I think there's some philosophies. When I was in the league, it was if you clear a puck and you're killing a 6-on-5, you're not going the distance of the ice. You're just flipping it to the neutral zone because you don't want an icing. And I don't know what happened, but about 7-8 years ago, that's flipped. Where now players, if they have the puck on their stick and they're defending a 6-on-5 and they see an empty net, they're going to try to shoot it. And I think that, the method behind how this has turned is, well, these players are good enough. They should be able to put it in an empty net for the most part under pressure. If it's not too much pressure, the distance of the ice. And then if you do score, the game's over. So I think analytically they probably saw some things where it's, hey, you're better off just going for it because if you seal it and you score, the game's over. So I think that's where it's trended that way. I almost think that it's going to start trending backwards. We're going to start going back to the 80s and 90s and early 2000s of when you're defending a 6-on-5. Maybe if, it's a Thomas or Buchnevich, they get the puck on their stick and they got a 3-2 lead. Maybe it's not they shoot it for the empty net. Maybe they just clip it out of the zone, get it to the neutral zone, maybe a little bit beyond, and get a quick change and get a little regroup, get a little reset. To me, I think that's a philosophy thing that I'm curious to know if Jim Montgomery is going to start implementing. To answer your other question, no, I have not seen a lot of 6-on-5 work, and it's really hard. It's hard at this point at camp to work on it because you have so many different bodies, and you got to get guys in and out. Once they make final cuts, after tomorrow night's game in Chicago, starting on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it's all hands on deck. They'll have special teams practices. They're going to practice the 4-on-3s. They're going to practice 3-on-3s. And without a doubt, they're going to practice 6-on-5-4 and 5-on-6 again.
All right, questions for Joey. Joey Vitale, Blues analyst with us. Here we go. Joey, what farm animal should I buy my wife to make up for missing her birthday? That's from your mom's lesbian lover. Okay, farm animal that he should purchase.
I would say they have these little Nigerian cows. You ever see these Nigerian cows?
Doug, have you ever seen a Nigerian cow?
No, I don't believe I have.
Yeah, like these little mini cows. That's what I would get her. Because, listen, you're going to want something. I mean, you're talking farm animal. When I hear farm animal, I'm like, what are you going to give me? Manja, give me, right? You got to be producing something. Now, if you want to get her like a pet, get her a little gerbil or a hamster or maybe a puppy or a kitty cat. But if you say
gerbil,
farm
hamster,
animal,
puppy, or kitty cat, okay.
Yeah. If you want to give her a pet. Now, if you want to give her, a farm animal, I hear farm animal, I think, all right, what is this doggone thing going to be producing on the farm? That's why my chickens. They produce eggs. Although I've had it for 7 months, I haven't had one egg yet. I don't know what's going on there. I think I got to talk to someone who knows more about chickens. But, for him, if you got this little Nigerian cow, they're not overly big. Think of like a big St. Bernard. They're about the size of a St. Bernard. They're hairy. They get a little slobbery and stuff. But you can actually milk these things. And then, with the milk, geez, you can have milk. You can make yogurt. You can make cheese. And then you can have raw milk. That's the sweet spot. You're going to want raw milk. I went out to that. No, raw milk. It tastes like a vanilla milkshake. I went out to that Purina Farms one time. Farmer Dale, he was helping my kids milk a cow. He's in there. He's like, come on, little fella, you want to get in there and you want to just kind of squeeze it on that. He's like, just grab by the teat and just give it the old tug and pull and tug.
Clip that up.
So our kids get in there and they're tugging and pulling. They're pulling and tugging. Nothing, not a drop. But then, Farmer Dale comes in, he helps them out. Now, we end up drinking right from the bucket. He said, yeah, sure, you'll be good. And you know what? He's right. It tastes like a vanilla milkshake. Because, when you put milk goes to the store and they homogenize it, they pasteurize it. Why? Because they got to kill bacteria. Because, you got to put it on the shelf, to make it safe. However, when you put it through the homogenation and the pasteurization process, homogenization, I think that's right. And then you take away so many nutrients. You actually, while you're killing bacteria, you're actually killing the good stuff in the milk. So there's actually a really good place called Fed by the Farm. Shout out Fed by the Farm. It's this dude in Illinois. He has like a farm, and he brings his truck to St. Louis. He has 4 or 5 different drops. You can get raw milk from him. Anyway, it's really good. So I would say get her a cow.
My nipples are hard. I am excited.
Oh, are you sure your chickens are female?
That's a great. Is that you, Kurt? Is that you over there, Kurt?
Yeah, that's me.
That would be hens.
Thank God we got Kurt in the house. Without Tim, this whole thing would be a sinking ship. Yeah, well, we had a couple roosters. They were waking up the neighborhood, so I gave them to a buddy who's got a great farm way out west with lots of rabbits and other deer and lots of animals they can chase, and they're having a lot of fun. So I had to get rid of those roosters. So yeah, we do have hens now, and we're still waiting for that first egg. We've had them for about 5 to 6 months. They say around 6 to 7 months is when they are laying. But I've been looking in the coop. I don't have any. Sometimes they'll lay them in bushes, which isn't good because then, lots of raccoons and possums. Possums will eat them at night. We don't have a lot of fox or coyotes here in Kirkwood. But no, I haven't seen an egg. I haven't seen an egg just yet. But I really am looking forward to that day.
This guy's effing nuts. The answer's a goat. Enjoy your brainworms. Somebody else said that raw milk will get you the listeria as well as E. coli. They're a little concerned about your overall health. There's a serious question, too. Does Joey think Bennington retires as a Blue? Is he going to be here that long?
Well, first of all, tell those jabronis to do a little research because the government's told you that, it's completely safe. You're fine. You just got to drink. You got to keep it cold. All that junk in the grocery store, no good for you. Anyway, Bennington, he retire a Blue? Geez, I don't have a magic wand or crystal ball to really figure that out. I will say. I don't have a magic wand or a crystal wand or a magic ball, whatever you want to call it. I can't predict the future. You know what I mean? I'm not Nostradamus or whatever that guy was looking at the stars. But I will say he's probably going to have a statue in the front of the building. I don't care if he retires a Blue or not. He will have his statue out there. He's already got the most wins of any goalie in the league or on the history of the Blues. And he's got the Stanley Cup ring. Without him, we don't win the cup. So, yeah, I don't know if he retires a Blue, but I can't wait to see his bronze face every day until the day I die, whenever they build that doggone statue in front of the Enterprise Center.
Ask Joey about the wedding ring. Did they ever find it? He'll know what you're talking about. I don't know what that means.
Oh, yeah. Hey, thanks. Who was that, by the way? Give me his name.
Well, it'll be a fake name anyway, but I'll try and find that. Hold on. To go ahead and answer the question, I will look for it.
Yeah. Well, I just want to appreciate him for listening to the post game. We were on the post game the other day, and all of a sudden, I hear a ping, ping, and I look at Curbs, and he looks behind me, and he's like, dude, was that your wedding ring? So behind me, Trevor Nickerson, who does all of our, first of all, Trevor is the man. You guys know Trevor. He does basically all the awesome production. He does everything. He lost his wedding ring. He was playing with it, and it went off the upper deck out to the 300 level. It was like ping, ping, and I'm thinking, oh, geez. So I had to wrap up postgame with Alex. They had a whole crew down there. Curbs left the postgame to go help them. So they're looking with flashlights. They're going down to the second deck. They thought maybe it bounced over the first deck. But after about 25 minutes, they ended up not only finding his ring, they actually found another wedding ring of all things. So they found 2 wedding rings. Yes, Trevor's ring was recovered. Wow. He is going to start working on not playing with it more. And, I know. It's a funny thing, those they used to say that, you put it on your left hand on that particular finger. They said that there's a vein that goes from your heart all the way down your left arm, and it goes right through that particular finger. I don't know if you guys knew that or not. So that's why there's a vein that goes from your heart to your ring finger. That's why you put it on that ring finger. I don't know why that really applied to anything. I just want to let you guys know that.
Nice bit of information.
Somebody else says you have to have a disclaimer when Joey's on that he's not actually a scientist. So some of the information is... in fact, somebody...
That? Those are fighting words. Who said that? Give me his number.
I'm going to have to scroll back and give you all the...
Doug, what's that? Is it BR5?
BR549.
Yeah.
Joey, you a taco guy? Okay.
He's gone.
Do you think
he's here.
He went to find the person who called him out for not being scientifically sound?
Joe?
Somebody also screenshotted a CBS News story that said 21 people were ill from E. coli for drinking raw milk. So careful out there.
No.
He's back.
Hi, Joe.
It's not true. It's not true. You can drink raw milk. We're living in a crazy world, boys. Don't listen to the government when it comes to your milk.
Joey, the taco question. You like tacos?
I love me some tacos.
Hard or soft?
Oh, I don't like a hard taco, Kurt, because you take that first bite and it just shatters everywhere. It's a complete disaster. I feel soft.
Final taco question, at least for me. Cheese on a taco, fair or foul?
cheese on a taco? Are you serious? Cheese is my love language, bro. Put cheese on everything. You can put cheese on a car bumper. I'd gnaw the hell out of that thing.
A car bumper.
I love cheese. My nana, she was from Italy. God rest her soul. She'd always be putting cheese on my meatballs. I'll never forget her old wrinkly hands. She'd be saying, "Now Giuseppe, never have too much of cheese." Boy, that should be on my tombstone. That should be on everyone's tombstone. You can never have too much cheese. Those are words to live by, folks. I'm actually going down to the hill today to get some Parmesan. I go to Digagorio's. I love Digagorio's. They're great people.
There's your Yola.
We've done shows
card.
from there.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to my boy there. Wonderful, wonderful family, the Digagorio whole crew. Yeah, I love that crew. I'm going to get some Parmesan. They have these Bianco tomato cans. Oh, my God, they're so good. They're from California. This guy, he made like a tomato garden. Well, it was the guy that made Pizza Bianco. I forget his name now. It's kind of slide. Anyway, He was the first pizza chef to get the James Beard Award. He has a little shop in Phoenix. He has a little pizza shop. And then he decided to make his own tomato garden based off of the tomatoes he used. And they're Bianco. You go to Digagorio's on the hill and get some Bianco tomatoes. It'll change your life.
There is Joey Vitale, Blues analyst with us. Blues final preseason game Saturday night in Chicago. Home opener next Thursday against the Minnesota Wild. We'll be breaking that one down with Joey a week from today. Have a great weekend.
I miss Tim. See you guys.
Okay. Get out. Get lost.
Gosh.
Pound
We
sand,
need
fella.
that shot right there at the end.
What was it whenever there's an election or political and they have the fact checkers? I feel like Joey's segments, the text line is the fact checking element. Every time he says something.
He's just free rolling.
Yeah, some of it's not factually correct, and people are pointing that out. Rapid fire, I would say. It is the 9 o'clock hour presented by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Appreciate Mark's sponsorship. Big Blues guy as well. From Joey to Matt the Bat, Matt Holliday on deck. But first, a word from Tim.
About Mark Hanna himself.
Hey, this is Tim McKernan for Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. He is online at evergreen-ws.com, or you can call him at 314-889-0503. Everybody needs a financial advisor. I can't say it enough. I can't emphasize it enough. And Mark Hanna is such a wonderful person. There is nothing better than talking to somebody who knows what he knows about the industry, but then he cares about your situation, because every situation is different. People are at different ages, different goals, different career stages. That's what he does, customizes it for you, and he cares. You are talking to somebody who is on your side, who can put you on the right path to your financial goals. Mark Hanna is with Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Can't say enough good things about him. He's online at evergreen-ws.com or by calling 314-889-0503. Mark Hanna offers securities through Equitable Advisors, LLC, member FINRA and SIPC, and offers insurance and annuity products through Equitable Network, LLC.
We've got Yoff Talk, Playoff Talk, baseball related with Matt Holliday next on TMA, brought to you by Brown & Crouppen. Letting it breathe, also known as texting Matt. Maybe you heard the taco talk. Didn't want any part of it.
Yeah, I get that. While we wait for Mr. Holliday, I have retrieved that Riz Show audio.
Oh, my.
About the bathroom.
Radio Wars. Did they name names?
They name our show by name. You'll be exonerated, Martin, but I feel like the rest of us are in the crosshairs. And again, it's Rafe. It's Rafe, who he was on Movie Boy. He talked to me about Boogie Nights, and I'm still getting it from him. So you want to hear it?
Sure. The Riz Show, we were told via the audience, the listener, because it'd be pretty hard for us to hear that show as it happens. They found this audio, and apparently their radio wars are real.
I'll tell you this, the PP bandit in our jock bathroom disappeared when the fast lane moved down the hall. I hope everyone's noticed that. I hope everyone has noticed that. Remember when we first started and somebody kept peeing on the floor in the jock bathroom?
Oh, you're talking about TMA.
TMA.
Not fast lane.
Excuse me, TMA. Erroneously spoken. I had fast lane on the brain. TMA. When they moved studios and they weren't next to the jock bathroom anymore, now they're down the hallway, I haven't seen any pee-pee on the floor. I'm just saying, maybe it's coincidence.
I
doubt
it.
Oh, wow. We got a Riz chuckle at the end. So they're saying, what's it called, the jock bathroom?
So the solo bathroom up at the front of the building here.
It's called the jock bathroom.
Right, because the idea of is like someone on the air can hustle over there real quickly and use the bathroom as opposed to going down the other hallway. Although I would say that they're about the same distance away.
That's really not much
You guys in the old HD2 days would whiz all over the floor?
No, this is nonsense. And I still work right next to that bathroom. My little booth, my phone booth, is right next to that bathroom. So we're still working. We do sound stories and all sorts of stuff out of that studio all the time. We're still working on stuff down there. We're not peeing on the floor. We're not animals.
Well, but Rafe is saying it's improved
since we've moved down here.
So you need to tell him, hey, pal, we still use that bathroom.
Correlation is not causation. Am I right, Chairman?
You're spitting facts.
Yeah, exactly. It's nonsense. It's baseless accusations. It's something a floor peer would say.
When you were in college, you probably dreamed of having a big office someday. Are you a little disappointed and heartbroken that that office is a phone booth?
The toll booth that I walk by, I always nod at papers.
Shares a wall with a bathroom.
It's a little toll booth, and it has 2 windows. As small as it is.
It has 2 beautiful windows. I can see everything.
What is
I call it the crow's nest because I see everyone coming in.
Why so small?
It's the greatest thing in the world.
You love it?
It's just big enough where I have plenty of room, but not big enough where like people can come in and like converse. Not that
hang out.
I like chopping it up. No one likes chopping it up more than me.
Old school.
But when I sit in my little room there, I can just totally work. It's soundproof, so I'm just in my own world. I love it.
Now I'm kind of wide, but when I come and have the post-show meeting, when I have the post-show meeting with you and step in there at 11:15, 11:30. It's tight quarters, and there's no doubt.
Yeah, no, it's tight enough where like the person you could sit in there and talk, but after a while you're like, all right, it's too. I'm getting claustrophobic. Not me. I love it in there.
You ever get stuck in an elevator?
No, it's one of my worst nightmares.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah.
And mine was the only time. I think it's the only time, and it was recent. It was a Battlehawks opening day, and my colleague Kevin Rhines and I. There was nowhere to park. We parked at the MAC parking lot, which is right across from the Dome. But we get on the elevator, everybody's been tailgating.
Oh, yeah.
Battlehawk fans.
Light beer.
And Battlehawk fans kind of in general have a vibe. They were all probably about 30-ish and hammered. And then as the doors are closing, one more guy could have had his face painted. I don't remember exactly.
Old money.
Nah, not really. And the door, they kind of like, whoa. As it's closing, wedge in a couple more people.
Oh, my
so
God.
now we're literally
So
smashed.
it's you and Kevin.
Kevin Rhines, my colleague, and I are sober as all get out. We're the only ones.
Yeah.
Elevator just squishes shut. Goes about 5 feet and that jolt and just stops. And they're all laughing and high-fiving.
Yeah, it's the funniest thing in the world to them.
And I don't really deal with anxiety, but I think I was as close to a panic attack as I ever would have been in my life.
Yeah.
And I was telling myself, okay, it'll be figured out.
How many people were in that elevator?
I would say 10, 11 or so.
Did it get to the point where you guys were starting to talk about who you may have to dine upon if things got real bleak?
We didn't quite get to the dining
cannibalism.
Establish a pea corner.
But it got louder and louder because they were cackling, maybe was the phrase.
That would make me really uncomfortable.
Because nobody was... upset about it in that group because they're just hammering like, I've never been in an elevator before, stuck. They'll never come get us. I'm like, oh, geez.
They didn't have a package that
Does it ever happen where the elevator jams up and like 2 minutes later you're talking about cannibalism because you're so hungry?
Chairman made that leap pretty quick.
It depends on
Are you hungry today?
You're in there for 15, 20 minutes. You start wondering when the next meal is going to be. It's if you fail to plan, you're planning to fail.
So maybe you should take a fork with you if you ever go into an elevator.
I mean, if you're at that point, I think you're fine with just going in barehanded.
Oh, God.
Well, anyway, they did eventually get to us.
They freed you?
I think it was...
How long were you in there?
I want to say about 10 minutes.
Yeah. It's one thing, like getting stuck on an elevator by yourself would be pretty anxiety riddled. And then you add in all the extra people and they're drunk. I would be really...
Well, I've seen the movies. You're supposed to push out the false ceiling and climb up to the...
Yeah, Die Hard style.
Martin, I don't know if you saw, Mitch Cumstein asked a great question. Did you guys establish a pee corner?
Yeah, no, but I have a feeling these folks would have just gone all over themselves.
Right, yeah,
and not
let
even
themselves.
Bad memories, huh?
It's tough, man.
Well, I was trying to quiet my phone. I'm having a big Iggy day over here. My phone's beeping. I'm trying to get a hold of Holliday. And then Pondoff is texting me, I'll have sex with you guys.
Oh.
He texted that to you personally?
And then he said, oh, sorry, I was trying to text the inbox. And now I see it popping up on the inbox.
Yeah, that's a nice offer on a Friday. Even without Wellington
nice
here.
Offer.
It isn't a nice offer.
Wellington's not here and he's still offering that up. That's a big W for us.
Where the bleep is Tim and who the bleep's phone is going off? That's from Average Size Shabongas.
I've noticed. Do you have your keyboard sound on? Like when you type, does the
I don't
keyboard
know what's
make
going
noise?
on. Ever since the day I overslept, I've got like every sounder activated on here.
Yeah.
Usually, my alarm sounds like Elliot Davis buzzer. Wah, wah, wah.
I have a friend
wakes up the whole neighborhood.
I have a friend who once every 6 weeks has to be on call for a week for his software job, like because the software company stretches the entire world, and the alarm he has on his phone in case he has to get up and start working is the scariest thing you've ever heard. It sounds like the bombs are hitting us right now. It's crazy.
Hey, Iggy, give us your phone. I'm going to have Kurt.
Turn it in.
When I have technology and stuff questions, I always go to Kurt and just say, what's going on? Why is my phone dinging? But nonetheless, we've reached out to Matt. We'll connect at some point. I'm confident of that. You can email this show. It's the email of the day presented by our friends at Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email today coming up at about 10:45. Textures throughout the day. A lot of science talk with Joey Vitale. Earlier, we talked Mizzou and tacos with Gabe DeArmond. We've covered a lot of ground today, and you can recap all of it in the email of the day portion of the show. And open phone lines as well. Could be Matt Holliday. Could be Tim McKernan on the line.
Design Air Heating and Cooling, longtime sponsor here on TMA. As a matter of fact, the longest running sponsor on TMA going back a decade. That's Seth Goldcamp, who is fourth generation owner, operator of Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Martin is a client. Doug is a client. And I am a client as well of Design Air Heating and Cooling. Matter of fact, they're coming by the house to do a furnace tune-up for the cold weather months. And I'm looking forward to continuing to work with Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at designairservice.com. You run into any issues with your HVAC system, just go to designairservice.com and work with the great Seth Goldcamp and his team. Support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. That's why TMA has been on for 21 years. The audience supporting the sponsors. These people choose to support the show, and we ask that you support them. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at designairservice.com.
Email today about an hour away. If we had a text of the day, I would give it to this 636 person. Won't eat cheese on a taco, but happy to eat his buddy Frank after 15 minutes.
Oh, well, that's life-saving, though. You can't go more than 15 minutes without eating.
All right, let's break, and we'll keep a wide delta available for our buddy Matt the Bat, Matt Holliday. It's been a busy Friday already. It's TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen. Friday, what a great day to load up for the weekend. You can do that at your neighborhood Schnucks. Stop by the butcher department, talk to them, get some new ideas, something on the grill. We got extended, really, late summer, early fall, great weather. Get outside and talk to the butcher about what you can throw on the grill. If you got a smoker, they're always friendly there, the staff. Talk to the sommelier about some different wine options. There's always a person available to guide you when you're at Schnucks and when you're checking out the pricing. Just know that they lowered prices all over the store. When you get to 2,300 items, that's not 2, 3, 4, 500. That's 2,300 items. And those prices were marked down for the long term, not for a day or a week. It's nothing like that. And if you have the Schnucks Rewards, they'll let you know about additional savings available throughout the store. They even have the digital shelf tag on there that just indicates when a price is being knocked down. So get the Rewards app, find out more. They'll email you items you frequently buy. If there's any additional savings, you find out directly. Also use that Rewards for delivery. Schnucks delivers curbside. And when you check out, you're going to see how much money you have in the bank. It just kind of builds up over time. Your points leads to money that you can use towards your grocery purchase. It's everyday savings you can count on at Schnucks. Because of that viral video, now I always picture the guy rollerblading down like the California, is it skateboard?
Yeah. Drinking some cranberry
juice. Combining Fletch, I think.
Fletch like to be on the roller skates.
Roller skates. You don't realize how good Tim is at his job until he's gone for a day. But that hurts.
Stop.
Yeah,
that hurts, Doug.
That does sting.
Cannibal Kurt or Carnivore Kurt? Which sounds better?
I mean, if you're letting me choose, I would take the latter.
Carnivore is a little less offensive than cannibal.
I think you'd run into some serious health issues.
If cannibalizing?
Well, both. I think if you only ate meat, you'd be missing out on a lot of key nutrients, you know? You have plenty of protein, but...
Can you imagine being stuck in an elevator with Joey Vitale? That was texted in as well.
It'd be entertaining.
I would love that. I'd like to be anywhere with Joe.
Somebody said they wanted to know if we ever had an evening with Joey. They would take out a second mortgage to hang with Joey V.
Like auctioning off a date.
That could be a good little podcast idea. Stuck in an elevator, trap somebody in there and talk it over for a little while.
Really?
10 minutes,
See how they react?
10 minutes. All right, we have entered into the college football clutter segment. Doug, we have a segment called College Football Clutter. It's right next to Free Space.
Yeah.
So Free Space is next.
Okay.
Maybe Holliday's not calling in because Tim's not here.
Think he's taking
it? It's a
Could
protest.
very well be. Yeah.
Protest by Holliday. We may talk to Matt. We may not. TMA here with College Football Clutter. Jackson, I see they're predicting every undefeated college football team's first loss. So every team out there that's undefeated, they're going to go through it. Doug, they already know who they're going to lose to.
Well, they don't. They haven't played the games yet.
No, they do. Ohio State's undefeated. Oregon's undefeated. Miami, Ole Miss, Oklahoma, going on and on. Mizzou. Jackson. Let's roll through them. Let's start with Mizzou. Who is their first?
Well, let's take a guess.
Alabama.
Alabama is correct.
Who is deciding this, please?
This is Brad Crawford of CBS.
Brad Crawford.
CBS Sports. There's a lot of teams that they project.
What's Al Formicola saying?
Yeah.
Whatever Gabe says.
This Brad isn't worried about BYU's matchup with the West Virginia Mountaineers tonight, which you can catch right here on 101 ESPN. They
should be an SEC game, according to Jackson.
I mean, what are we doing?
All right, what are we doing?
You know how many people have reached out to me and told me how much they love that take?
No, who's reaching?
Oh, people from all over this great nation.
Scores of people?
Yes, it's droves of people.
I said scores, and you look like I was.
I thought you were talking about John Scores.
Like
Shout out to John Scores in the YouTube chat. Michelob
You look
Ultra.
like I was asking.
95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it.
I like that Michelob Ultra.
Oh.
And I like the YouTube chat.
I'm playing golf this afternoon. I could see myself having a few Michelob Ultras.
There. Live your life.
I will.
So scores of people have reached out. If you weren't listening to every second of the show, first of all, shame on you.
Yeah, seriously.
But Jackson suggested that the SEC should have a Friday night game each and every week, and you would sort of flex a bad game into that spot. You wouldn't do the big games.
Right. You wouldn't do an Alabama-Georgia.
But all sorts of logistical questions for the fan base and
the fan base travel. I get that. I don't buy the Friday night high school football thing. Unless they broadcast that on ESPN, I don't think it's that much of a concern.
You were largely skewered by the text line, and you're saying separate from
I'm saying that I don't think that's key. I think it was closer to 50. I think people, they like.
There was early skewering.
I think they like the idea. I think the logistics are a real hurdle. Like the fan travel is a real thing. That would be tough. But if you could flex it 3 weeks in advance, I mean, hotels are hard though.
But offline, Doug, you got a lot of support.
Yes, offline.
By the scores.
Yeah.
So by the 20s.
Yeah, the offline. That's honestly where I do better is offline. You know.
Okay, so our guy from CBS Sports,
Brad Crawford,
who's not related to Al Formicola.
Right.
Okay, so predicted first loss for Missouri would be
Bama.
Shocking, right?
Yeah. He has a couple teams that won't lose. You want to take a guess on the teams he has undefeated? I think that's the more interesting thing. That is one of them.
So that means Michigan's not going to trip them up this year, according to our guy from CBS.
Right.
What about Oregon?
Miami has a pretty easy schedule the rest of the way.
Miami is one of them. Good work, Doug.
What about Oregon? Wouldn't they have to play?
Oregon is another one. Great work, Martin.
Nice work. How many more we got to guess?
Oklahoma. Now they're going to get tripped. Who's going to trip up? Oh, that's a good one. Who will Oklahoma get nicked by? Maybe Mizzou.
They have the projected first loss as Texas, which is next weekend. So the same weekend as Mizzou, Alabama is the Red River Shootout, which I just can't say Red River Rivalry. It's too hard to. I know, but I hear how hard I had to slow it down so far.
You have to separate the words.
Red River Rival. Oh my God, it's so hard. It's that L. That's the L in rivalry.
Red River Rivalry.
Yeah, but you slowed it down. That's not quick enough.
What about Ole Miss? Lane Kiffin's squad. I'm sure, got a million.
So they play
games.
a team on October 18th.
A team. They play a team, Doug, on October 18th.
This team is undefeated.
Yeah. Okay. Also
Georgia.
Georgia is correct.
But Georgia's not undefeated.
Oh, you're right. Sorry, they lost to Alabama. Couldn't be sorrier, but Doug still got it.
No, but you're saying Georgia will beat Ole Miss.
That is what Mr. Crawford is predicting.
Right.
He has Texas Tech losing to Arizona State, which, hey, I love Kenny D. I think Texas Tech is the biggest lock to make the college football playoff out of any team in the nation. That's my take. I think you could bet it right now, and Texas Tech is in there already. I think they're going to cruise to the Big 12 championship, even despite Kenny D and the Arizona State Sun Devils.
Did you give me A&M's first loss? Texas A&M, future Mizzou opponent, currently sixth in the AP rankings.
This is a road game that they're going to play at the end of October.
Against a team.
Against an SEC team. Surprise, surprise.
I don't know their schedule. So
they play at LSU on October 25th. They have a loss at LSU and Brian Kelly.
I could see that. I think these are reasonable guesses.
I think LSU is. I think they're going to get worse as the season goes on.
Do you think A&M's got enough offense to go in there?
I think A&M is. I mean, they put up 41 against Notre Dame over there. I know Notre Dame has a really weak defense, but.
This guy Crawford's just guessing.
So
he was told, come up with something for the website.
Right, and here we are reading
TMA.
it. So, yeah, mission accomplished, I guess.
I'm kind of intrigued, though, by the topic. When will these teams get tripped up? Not that this is any way a Bible, but Indiana. When's their next big one?
Indiana, they have, I believe they play Penn State down the road.
But if they're ranked high, that means Penn State will lose.
So, but they have their projected first loss at Oregon. That's next week. That makes sense. But here's the thing on the Penn State. Like, if James Franklin is to be an Indiana team, that even, like, if their talent is top 10 worthy, or even if they have a 10 by their name, I don't think Penn State fans are satisfied enough with like beating Indiana. Like,
right.
To them,
if Indiana is sixth in the country, they'll say it doesn't count.
Even if like Michigan,
I agree with that.
By like their talent and their record is worse, I feel like Penn State fans would be more content with beating Michigan than a really good Indiana team just because of the name. And that therein lies the problem with college football. You know, we're too into brands. That's why people doubting Missouri piss me off.
I agree with you, but I also think I would agree with Penn State fans. Like, all right, fine, we beat Indiana when they were ranked sixth. That's not doing it for me. Doesn't make up for all the...
Does it not? I don't know.
I don't think it does.
But what if their talent level... Like, what if they go into Oregon and play them real tight at the Autzen Zoo?
Indiana.
Indiana plays them real tight at the Autzen Zoo. They lose by like a touchdown.
What are you saying, the Autzen Zoo?
That's Oregon.
What's it called?
The Autzen Stadium. They call it the Autzen Zoo.
Oh, the Autzen.
It never rains on Autzen Stadium.
I always thought you were saying like the Aughts, like the 2000s.
No, Autzen Stadium is the name of the stadium in Eugene. If Indiana goes and plays Oregon tight, still loses, and is like a top 15 team in the nation, then goes into Penn State, and Penn State whoops up on them, like that's a really good Indiana team that put up 53,
63.
Well, won by 53.
Won by 50,
over Illinois.
But it takes a few years of being a solid team, a highly ranked team, to get over the stigma of Indiana having been bad for the previous 50 years.
For sure. If you're an Indiana fan, I would get that. But like if you're a Penn State, what I'm saying is I'm poking holes in Penn State's gripes. That if your gripe against James Franklin is he can't win the big games and he beats a really good Indiana team this year and you're still not satisfied, then you don't really care. All you care about is the brand. That's my take.
No, I agree with that, but I also agree with the fans.
Hey, listen. Got to do what you got to do.
Have we taken down all of the undefeated to this point?
Yeah. They have Louisville losing. He has Louisville losing to Virginia this week, and Tim and the boys on the spread zone had that as their. All three of them had it as their lock. Is Louisville winning this weekend against Virginia?
What about Anthony Beck's son Rocco's Iowa State Cyclones?
They go to Fort Worth on November 8th to take on the Horned Frogs of TCU.
What's a Horned Frog, Doug?
It's a little thing in the desert. It looks like a toad, and it's got little spikes coming off the top of his head.
That would be kind of a nasty animal to run across.
Well, they're small. It's like a big lizard.
Still. Ugh.
You've never seen one?
A horned frog. I don't know that I have.
Kind of ugly. It kind of looked like a tiny little dinosaur.
The Akron Zips will be undefeated.
Akron, I don't see in this list.
I could see where they wouldn't make the list, potentially.
North Texas made the list, though, but they have them losing to South Florida on October 10th.
College football clutter. I'm seeing some national attention about the strange nature of the 11 a.m. kickoff for Alabama and Mizzou. Okay, tell me more about that, because Tim has been mad about this since it came out.
I have seen some people. I mean, this is isolated, like some beat reporters, some just like big college football Twitter accounts, kind of like, why? Like, this is really weird. But it's good. Like, we've talked about it 100 times. Like,
Tim's theory is that the SEC wants to help out the big brands, Alabama, Georgia, et cetera, as much as they can.
Right.
And by sticking the 11 a.m. kickoff on the road, that the home team, it's kind of a letdown time for the home team. And so that would slightly be an advantage for a brand like Alabama.
Well, especially when it's a Central Time Zone team, because that's an 11 a.m. as opposed to noon if they were to play, South Carolina or something.
Or they just didn't think Missouri was going to be very good.
And they had them, the experts had Missouri picked 12th in the SEC. I think even though we're only 5 games into the season, I think higher than 12th is likely. So they're outperforming expectations. But even so, I agree with Tim. It's BS.
So what are you seeing now in terms of the string?
I'm just seeing people being confused by something we've been confused by since the summer.
Carl at CBS wrote a column or something.
No columns, but it's just like.
So what I read is actually the story that you're seeing.
I just wanted to talk about it. Like, it's such BS. Like, you got to
Some Twitter users are saying.
All right. It's always your own, guys.
I'm not taking a shot at you.
No, it's fine.
It's fine. Don't get down.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's all good. This segment really, in the dossier, segment 9-3.
I forgot to change it.
You're fine.
That's the reason. I forgot to change it.
9-3 was clearing the deck. 10-1 was college football clutter. So I would say we're clearing the clutter. Is that fair?
Good
when
call.
Mizzou plays at Oklahoma, that will also be an 11 a.m. game. I think
At Oklahoma?
That's what it says.
Is it really?
It could be that they just don't respect Mizzou at all, and they think they're just going to get run over by these teams, and it's not a very big game.
Yeah, well, they'll find out.
Wow.
But listen, at the same time, you got to win to gain respect. You can't just hype doesn't get you respect. Actual wins. And
I would say actual wins, yes. I think for Mizzou fans, it's inherent that at some point Drinkwitz wins these big matchups.
Has to.
I think nationally, if Mizzou plays Bama well, they'll be impressed.
Yeah, 100%.
Nationally, we'll be like, that was a great game. Bama's got it rolling, and you were right there with them. That's not going to appease Mizzou fans, but I think nationally it helps them.
If Alabama is able to put the whooping on Vanderbilt this weekend, and they were to come into Columbia and struggle, and Mizzou were to come out on top, I think, the national reputation goes way, way, way up. You have to start mentioning them in pretty much every conversation. So the opportunity is right in front of them. They don't play anybody this week. All they have to do is get healthy. So we'll see.
I don't fully disagree with Tim, but it's worth pointing out that in UGA's, the Georgia Bulldogs, undefeated repeat season, they didn't have one night home game. That's Al and Dave.
Because they reserve all of them for LSU, and that's BS too. LSU gets to play at home every time at night. It sucks. I get it. Like, it's a great atmosphere, and they want to showcase that, but
other schools that have great atmospheres also.
Yeah, I was at the Mizzou South Carolina game at night. Fired up. Chairman was there. Place was going crazy.
The atmosphere at Fro Field last couple of years has been fantastic.
Right, and I think, but I get it. I got to pay the bills. Frustrating.
All right, Matt Holliday is about ready to go, so let's do this. Let's take a break.
Cool.
We'll call Matt the Bat. Little baseball off talk is on deck here. It's the morning after, 9 o'clock hour. We're going to close that out. Brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Baseball talk next on TMA.
Great to have a new sponsor on board here on TMA, and this is a sponsor that I will be utilizing many times over the next few months. Can't wait to get into 5-iron golf, now open in Clayton. The perfect mix of serious golf and a great time. So if you are looking to get your game in shape, 5-Iron has you covered. They have TrackMan simulators, pro instructors, and memberships that include free golf every single day. You even get a swing evaluation when you join, so you can actually see where your game is at. You can play iconic courses. You can use the practice range. It's all there on the simulator. Plus, they have leagues and they have lessons. There's no dress code. Just show up and enjoy the simulators. It's a perfect place to hang out. Perfect for practice or a fun night out. Gather your crew and enjoy simulator play, mini games, great food, craft cocktails, and a full sports bar vibe. 5-Iron's memberships are incredible. Free golf every day, discounts on food, drinks, lessons, leagues, even club fitting, and it's only $169 per month. It's only $169 per month. When you walk in there, you won't believe it. That is an incredible deal. Check it out. 5-Iron Golf in Clayton. It's not just golf simulators. It's an entire golf experience. Get the information on memberships, lessons, and leagues at 5irongolf.com. Trust me, you're going to love it.
Hey, this is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues win 7-1 last evening. One more preseason games to go as they head to Chicago to take on the Blackhawks. It's going to be tomorrow. You can catch it right here on 101 ESPN with the pregame at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Sweet tea.
Matt Holliday with us here, TMA, Martin, Doug, Chairman Kurt Jackson on this Friday. Matt, we got a lot of baseball talk to get to, and we'll take some texts as well. People can fire those off at 399-9646. It's the Air Comfort Service text line. We had Joey Vitale talking hockey and homogenized milk. He says you can drink raw milk, and it's better for you. You're a healthy guy. Where are you with the raw milk?
I actually have some in the fridge.
Really?
Yeah.
So it is advisable. People are saying we needed a disclaimer that Joey, a lot of his advice is not scientifically proven. But tell me, should we all be drinking raw milk?
Yeah, he's a tough act to follow. I've heard him, on here a few times. I've done some research on raw milk, raw dairy. Yeah, is better for you, but I'm not gonna, I don't necessarily want to dip my toes in those waters if I'm not scientifically trained and that stuff. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the research, a lot of the new, some of these biohackers and people that are, it's a trending thing, and that that it's the healthier version. Obviously, you got to get it from a farm that's keeping the animals clean and all that stuff. But I don't know a ton about it, but I do have some in the fridge.
Okay. Do you have animals on the compound there? I know you got to build a batting cage, et cetera. What about animals?
I have 4 dogs. We have some large deer roaming the area, and then we have some wild turkeys that like to climb on the fence and pester the dogs a little, but we don't have any cattle or any farm animals, if you will.
I always wanted to do a story at LaRusse's house during the off season in California, because he would tell us that they had, it's 10 dogs, 12 cats. They would always have like double digits in both, and it just sounded like a hot mess.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't imagine having more than 4 dogs. I mean, we're maxed out at 4, so it's a lot. One of them's got his paw on my lap right now. But yeah, we have four dogs and some wild turkeys and deer, and but I wouldn't be against. I don't like the maintenance of I guess some of the other farm animals. I'm not a farmer, I guess.
Not a farmer. I get clipped
I had to
off,
put my
Jackson.
dog in diapers last
this is
night.
terrible.
That's maintenance. You ever had to do that?
Wow. You diapered up a dog, huh?
Yes, I did. Sure did. Almost got bitten doing it. The tail almost didn't fit through the diaper hole.
Oh,
first world problems. Yeah, I don't know. I have not diapered a dog, Doug.
Not yet. That's a lot of alliteration.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Yeah.
It felt like he had no choice.
Yeah. I guess. It might be the wife's job if they ever get to the point where diapered up a dog.
Yeah, delegate.
Matt, how many postseason baseball games do you know the exact number that you played in?
Oh, don't know. A lot.
77.
Yeah. Felt like it was quite a few.
13 postseason home runs. I'm curious, this time of year, do you watch the playoffs? Do you catch it a little bit here and there? Or do you find yourself a little more into baseball this time of year?
Yeah, I watch pretty close. Some of the day games, I in some of the crossover, I can't catch it all. But I watch a lot of it, especially the games in the evening when I'm at home So yeah, I really like, you know, the wild card best of 3 days in a row. You know, 4 games on 2 days in a row, and then yesterday had 3 games. So yeah, I'm a big baseball. You know, I like watching baseball. So I'm very into it, and I think today's an off day for everybody, and then start back up tomorrow.
Yeah, 4 games on tap on Saturday, and I think the early days of the wild card, you guys played it in 2012 down in Atlanta. It was a crazy game. They were throwing the beer bottles. I think you homered in that game. And that at that point, the one game did seem unfair. I know Tim will get going on these rants about it's a bastardized version because you can have a great season and then it just gets thrown away in this best of 3. But I think if you're going to have an expanded postseason, the best of 3, I think this formula is not bad. And I have to be honest, I really enjoyed the last couple of days. Even if the teams you play all year, I think if you're going to have expanded, it's probably as fair as it can be.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, I think that the 3 game is better than the 1 game, just because, you know, as you guys know, anything can happen in one game in baseball. So at least you have a chance, and then you reward the better team gets the 3 home games, which is an advantage. So yeah, I mean, I like it. Like, look, you outside of a 7-game series, I don't know that it's going to be you're always going to get sort of the fairest, best team winning, you know, or testing the full roster of having to have 3 or 4 starting pitchers or, you know, so even the 5-game series, you know, you really is with the travel, you can get away with not testing your full roster. But so, yeah, I like it. I mean, I don't think there's any, you know, perfect postseason, especially if you don't want to draw it into, you know, the freaking November. So I like it, and I've enjoyed it. Like you said, I've enjoyed all this baseball, kind of a game after game after game for 3 straight days has been fun to watch.
Did you get to see the Yankee pitcher last night, Schlittler, throwing 100 miles an hour and 100 pitches in? Well, what did you make of him?
Yeah, Jackson actually faced him, I think, once or twice the last week or 10 days of the season, and he was pretty impressed, and so I've been watching. You know, he has, like I said, I've seen a couple of his starts against the Orioles, maybe, and news. I mean, that doing it in your first postseason game and going 8 innings. I mean, that's totally different. But the stuff and you know, the holding his velocity and you know, pitching into the 8th inning at 97 to 100 with, you know, a couple other pitches he really didn't even need. You know, pretty much dominated the entire game with the fastball. But yeah, very impressive. You know, it certainly seems like they've found another ace type of building block to add to what they already have. So we'll see if he can do it. You know, I think he threw probably his career high in pitches yesterday. So we'll see how he bounces back, you know, and then the next time he starts, which, you know, I don't know exactly when that'll be, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see what it looks like next start. But that was certainly very, very impressive.
Do you have a rooting interest at this point? I wouldn't mind seeing the Mariners make a little run. They never really have been able to do anything. As a former player, do you care at this point of the teams left?
Not really. No, I have some friends still, you know, on some of the teams and a few former teammates, you know, that are still playing. So I root for them individually. I'm not there's not one team that I'm you know, really. I picked the Phillies on maybe something that I did or something. So, you know, I'd like to be right occasionally. But I don't have a rooting interest per se.
I took heat earlier for saying I was happy to see the Cubs win, just because it's more interesting if the Cubs are in it. When you played, did you have a real hatred for the Cubs?
I mean, not really. I mean, I think that, you know, there was times where we had some run-ins. There was times where we had some games where, you know, Joe Madden, you know, he'd always, you know, downplay if they hit us. But then, of course, if, you know, we hit any of their guys, it was on purpose. But So there was times I think where things got a little. There was a little animosity between the two teams, but I don't feel like I was ever Yeah, look, I think there was a little bit of animosity in the division, more so than now. We played each other 19 times, and there starts to get you see each other that much. There can be some things that come up, and but I don't. Yeah, I mean nothing too crazy, but there was a few times I think where they hit me that I didn't love.
Yeah, and predates you, but there was a LaRusse Dusty Baker shot, and Dusty flipped him the middle finger from across the field. Now that's when the rivalry overheated. And there was another time, I had mentioned this, but Edmonds was playing for the Cubs, and he made some comment in the paper. It wasn't a huge deal, but he said, well, I'm a Cub now. And then we asked LaRusse about Jimmy coming back. He said, he's a Cub now. He's not one of us. And he was literally furious. I think if you have a manager like that who's really dug in on it, or if you have just a player on the other team that everybody kind of hates, then it kind of adds to it. But if the team isn't filled with a bunch of jerks, it's hard to hate them.
Yeah, and I used to love the Cardinal Cub, the crowds and the matchups and the environment was always a lot of fun to play in. So it's hard to associate hate or disdain with playing in a great environment where the fans are into the game and for the most part cordial, and you have a husband who likes the Cubs and a wife who likes the Cardinals, or vice versa, and you have families that are on one side or the other. I always loved playing in those games, so it's hard to, like I said, it's hard to associate much hatred or when you're enjoying what you're doing and playing in a great atmosphere. But like I said, anytime you play 19 times and you have you start to get a little annoyed seeing each other, that there's going to be times during the season where you get annoyed with the other team,
especially if they're throwing at you. Do you ever get or what's it like standing in there when you think you might get plunked on purpose? It's got to be a little scary.
You go one way or the other, right? You kind of hesitant and you go, okay, this might be the time where they're throwing at me. And then they end up throwing right down the middle, and you're like, oh, never mind, or sometimes where you think this is a terrible, this would not be, I'm leading off the inning. This probably isn't the time they would throw at me, and then it's right in the middle of your back. So I usually just would be like, okay, I'm just going to treat this like any other at bat and be ready for the fastball, and then if he hits me, Clayton Kershaw hit me in once where after we had hit Hanley, I think a couple times, and the once in the playoffs, and then I think we hit him in the beginning of the season, maybe the next year, and I was leading off the inning in a close game, and I thought, well, this isn't going to be the time that he's going to hit me. I'm leading off the inning, and sure enough, I mean, it was just, I could tell, he stepped towards me, I could just, I was like, uh-oh, and it hit me right in the hip. There was, like I said, there's times where you think it might happen, and then there's times where you're like, this doesn't make sense, and they do it. So it's part of the game. I think it was more part of the game then than it is now. But it was something where as long as they weren't throwing it high and inside or hitting you in the hands, I actually didn't mind it too much.
You ever give any thought to paying the pitcher a little visit after he plunked you?
Yeah, I mean, there was one game against the Giants when I was with Colorado. I can't remember what year it was, but Matt Cain, I don't know how it happened, but I don't know, for whatever reason, the first two, I was batting third, and first two batters, he's just painting, just really, really good command, and then the first pitch to me hits me up by my neck, back in the on your back, really high up by your neck, just one of those balls where he missed the spot, or would have missed the spot by 3.5 feet, where he wasn't that kind of pitcher. So I was pissed. And then my next at bat, I never wanted to hit a home run more in my life, and actually did it. Typically it doesn't work, but I hit it, and it was one of the furthest balls I ever hit. And so of course I appreciated it, and he started yelling at me to run, and then I started yelling back at him. And I never thought about, I really want to, run over there and fight him, but it was certainly an intense interaction where, I actually hit a home run when I was trying.
Asked Matt about the Giants playoff incident they threw at him after the series had been decided. That was some real weak sauce from Will Clark's post-game bevy. I don't remember that.
Yeah, I slid into Marcos Figueroa. It was late. I even admitted it. It was just one of those ones where I was trying to figure out which side of the base to slide on because, you're trying to take out the second baseman. That was back when you could get after the second baseman and try to prevent a double play. And I was probably one step late on starting my slide, and I think he had to come out of the game and missed a couple games. And then, they waited and then they, I think it was actually Matt Cain. And then they hit me, whatever. I apologize to the guy but I knew that was coming. And, didn't hurt. Wasn't that bad. No big deal. Move on. But yeah.
Boy, I'm watching that Matt Cain home run right now. I don't know if that ball's landed yet.
Is it the one from September of 2006?
Yeah.
I was watching that,
It's
too.
about the longest home run I think I've ever seen in my life. And sleeveless Colorado Rockies jerseys just looking outstanding.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
God. It is crazy, the retribution.
Oh, my God.
I think it was one of the last home games the Cardinals had. Ivan Herrera had a check swing, but he did it kind of late, and then it hit William Contreras, the Brewers catcher.
Right, brother of Wilson.
So then the next day, they bean Herrera, and he said, I didn't mean to hit their guy. But it's like, even if you do something on accident, it's like, we will
you have to wear it.
Yeah, it's just kind of bizarre. The other Contreras, Wilson Contreras, gets hit a ton. Does he crowd the plate, or are they always trying to pitch him inside? He just seems to be a magnet for hit by pitch.
Yeah, usually it's one or the other, right? Like, if a guy stands right on the plate, obviously his chances go up, particularly if he's really good out over the plate, and these guys feel like they have to crowd him to get him out. And he's probably one of those guys that they don't want him getting his arms extended. It doesn't seem like he stands incredibly close to the plate, but they have, stats for that now. So you could probably check. They document and keep where everybody stands in the box nowadays as a part of StatCast. So you could probably find out how close he is compared to most. But for me, it's him. I think it's probably more that that he probably pounds the ball out of the plate and maybe is not quite as good close to him. So they try to ram the fastball in there and end up hitting him. But he doesn't move either. I mean, he's like a bull. He just stands there and takes it. I would not. I shook hands with that guy. I don't know him extremely well, but the times I've been around him, I'm not sure I would. If I was a pitcher, I would be real thrilled if he came out to see me after hitting him.
Oh, he's tough as even some of these nasty injuries he's had. He's back relatively quick. Guys, begged Matt to work with Walker, being Jordan Walker. And when do you know with a younger guy like the Cardinal? The great debate is it going to turn the corner? Is he going to become a superstar? How long does it take? There's a comp out there about Aaron Judge, not that he's going to be Aaron Judge, but in terms of how old he was when things because Aaron Judge is older than you think, that it takes a while. So what do you think is a reasonable timetable, and what's next for a younger guy like Walker?
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, there's going to have to be, I think, an adjustment made, and that's what Aaron did. He went to a guy, I think, teacher man, I think he's in St. Louis area.
Yeah, St. Charles guy.
So he went and look, I don't think it's one size fits all, and that just because he's built like Aaron and are similar in size that it would be the perfect match. But that's what Aaron did. Aaron said, look, this isn't good enough. What I'm doing is not going to work, and I've got to make a change, or else I'm not gonna be able to keep playing. And I'm not saying that, but that's what Aaron did. He went and he put in the time, and he trusted him, and it paid off. And he's continued to use him and perfect the idea. And so I think it's going to take something like Jordan Walker making a noticeable change And like that usually is something that you can do in the off season. It's not something that's really easy to do during the season to make a very distinct mechanical adjustment. But I do think that's going to happen for him to fulfill his potential of his hand strength, the way how hard he can hit the ball, his ceiling. For him to reach that, I do think he's going to have to make a significant adjustment, and somebody I think is going to have to help him, and he's going to have to buy in and be all in. And I think that's what Aaron did. Was like, I know this isn't going to work. I'm all in, and then I'm going to get really good at this. This idea that Teacher Man had, this method, and it's just solid. It's solid teaching. I'm not saying it's like a trick or anything, but he really bought in, and it's been, obviously it speaks for itself. I mean, he's going to be one of the great home run hitters of all time, and he's the most dangerous. He and Shohei are probably the two most dangerous hitters in the league. So I would like to see Jordan do something substantial to see if he can unlock some of that incredible power potential.
Matt, off the top of your head, was there a guy throughout the course of your career that would have been considered like one of the top of the line starters that for whatever reason you just remember having a good deal of success off of? And on the other side, is there anybody that maybe wasn't one of those names, but for whatever reason you just couldn't figure out?
Yeah, I mean, they were kind of at the end of their career, but like Greg Maddux, I had a ton of success on. He was with the Padres, and I hit him really, really well. So there's been some guys, trying to think, like there was a guy with the Padres. His name is slipping me right now. If you looked up like maybe 2006 Padres rotation,
not Peavy.
Not Peavy. This is on the other side. This is the guy that got me out all the time. That Clint Hurdle at one point said, "Am I going to have to sit you down when we face him? Or you going to have to? You can't seem to figure him out."
Chris Young.
No.
Sterling Hitchcock, too far back, probably.
Yeah, no, you'd have to look him up. He was kind of a sidearm right-hander, three-quarter arm. Every time I thought he was throwing a sinker, he was throwing us like a sweeper. Every time I thought he was throwing his like back then we call it slider. Every time I was like, okay, I got to stay on that slider, he'd throw me a sinker in. I just couldn't quite I couldn't hit him, and he gave me a lot of trouble, and the rest of the league didn't have as much trouble. So I couldn't quite time him up very well. But I had some success off of some of the greats. I wouldn't say I dominated him. I hit a home run off Roger Clemens, and I hit a home run off Tom Glavine, and faced Pedro Martinez. I don't remember what I did, not much, but Randy Johnson, I had a few hits off of him, and Clayton Kershaw got off to a pretty good start, and then he started throwing sliders, and then that wasn't as fun. Lincecum was very difficult to deal with.
Somebody texted in, was it Clay Meredith?
No, he was the side armor. He was a reliever. Gosh, I don't know why I can't think of this guy's name.
How about Clay Hensley?
No, he's a starter.
Woody Williams. You would have remembered him.
Maybe go 08, or I don't know. It really bothers me that I can't think of.
We're gonna, as soon as you hang up, we're gonna go, oh, there it is. Yeah. By the way, people want more Clint Hurdle impressions. By the way, that was a hit. We're not gonna ask you your favorite NFL team, and we're about to roll here. But quick thought on Albert Pujols likely to be the next manager of the Angels. He has been doing it at the Dominican level. Are you surprised at all? A guy made all that money and living life now. I guess at this point we kind of saw it coming. But what do you make of that move?
Yeah, it always surprises me that, look, I know how much Albert loves baseball and how, he likes to manage, and he's done it in the Winter League and then, the World Baseball Classic. And so he's shown interest in managing. I just am always a little bit, not surprised, but I guess when you dive in to being a manager in the major leagues, like the commitment level and the time of start. You pretty much report about what, February 7th or 8th as the manager. You got to be for him, got to be to Phoenix about the 7th or 8th, and then it's a full day for the next 7 months, and you hope you go into October. But even if you don't, you play through September, and you're at the field. I mean, the hours that managers put in, and you're having to meet daily with front office and analytics teams, and all that goes into being a manager, and talking to the media 2 or 3 times a day. And I am a little surprised, when somebody like Albert, who had the career that he did and the financial stability to kind of do whatever he wants, to take on. It's impressive. Like I have commitment issues with my time nowadays. Like to make that kind of commitment to manage and really go all in, hats off. So it'll be interesting. I'm excited if that actually happens. It'll be fun to follow.
Randy Wolf, that's my last shot at Padres.
Oh, it's a righty.
Josh
It's
Banks.
No.
Oh,
well, wait,
don't
man,
yell at us.
we're just reading the
Will
roster.
Ledesma.
He's a lefty.
We're on the 08 Padres roster.
Cha Sung Bake.
We'll get it by next week.
Yeah, maybe we should have asked favorite NFL team.
If you go to games started on the stats, it's easier if you pick like the GS. And then it'll tell you.
we're thanks, Coach. I got Jason Hermano.
No.
Clay
You know
Meredith.
what?
No.
I'll find it, and then I'll send you guys a text.
There you go. Thank you. We need to get this all sorted. All right, Matt, thanks so much.
Yep. All right. Tell Tim we missed him. Is he still working for the show? Or
Yeah, he's golfing today, which is what you wanted to hear.
Gotcha.
All
right.
All right.
Okay.
All right, then.
There it is.
Thanks,
Matt Holliday. I think we've read every Padre pitcher from 06 to 08.
We gave it our best effort.
And we only went to bullpen pieces when we were out of starters.
They only have 5 starters.
I like how you said go to the GS game started. Like, well, that's what we were doing.
Yeah, thanks, brother.
Greg Maddox, David Wells. I don't. And he'd say, well, he was a lefty. I'm like, I don't remember. I don't know the years. I'm left end. We're behind on time, and I got to roll too. But it is TMA brought to you by Brown & Crouppen.
Michael's Flooring is online at igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com. And Michael has been doing it in the St. Louis area now for more than 3 decades. You can go online right now at igotfloored.com and get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Michael's passion's flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. And what he does is make sure that he hires the best installers he possibly can to give customers the best experience that they can. That's why he's giving out $7 a square yard compensation, which is incredible compensation for installers. If you're interested, go to igotfloored.com. There is a reason he's continued to grow throughout the 31 years in business. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers at heart. They're in Creve Coeur, they're in Darden Prairie, and they're in St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
Welcome back. You are listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim is out today. Martin had to bolt at 10:30, but you got Doug, you got Kurt, and you got myself here on TMA. We're a little behind on time, so we're going to get to our email today here pretty shortly. But before that, Doug, can you tell me about our friends over at Callier and Thompson? They sponsor the phone lines here that you just heard Matt Holliday on.
Well, sure, and they also do fantastic work on anything in your house that might need a little updating. Callier and Thompson is a company you can trust, not just for kitchens and bathrooms, but really for any kind of interior remodeling job. Maybe you need a new man cave or an office or a bar. You got it. Callier and Thompson can do it all. They even do wine rooms, fireplace walls. Callier and Thompson is your go-to source for every design consideration. They carry the best cabinets, high-end appliances, and countertops in the business. And better yet, it's all under one roof. You don't have to drive around to 5 or 10 different businesses for one job. At Callier and Thompson, they do it all. They also have a fantastic painting department. You get tired of painting, thinking you can do it yourself. If you have a professional do it, like the people at Callier and Thompson, you'll be amazed at how great it can look. Their showroom is on Manchester Road in Baldwin. That's next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Let Callier and Thompson bring your dream remodel to reality and come home to quality. Online at CallierandThompson.com.
That's Callier and Thompson, and per Matt Holliday, it was Brian Lawrence. That was the picture.
Brian
I don't know who it was, but shout out somebody. They texted that in, and they were sure it was him.
Yeah, someone sent that into the Air Comfort Service text line. Thank you for that. Thank you to Matt Holliday for giving us that information. Martin texted it to me about 2 seconds after he left, so we almost had it there. All right, we're going to take a commercial break, come back with more of The Morning After here on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And we're back. You're listening to The Morning After here on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim off today. Martin just had to run out here at the last minute. But everyone will be back on Monday, breaking down some MLB playoffs, college football weekend that was, the NFL weekend, and the Blues get their season underway on Thursday, October 9th against the Minnesota Wild. In the meantime, Tim's going to tell us about the sponsor of the podcast here on TMA and 101 ESPN. That's Schaefer Door Company.
Hey, this is Tim McKernan for the sponsor of the podcast here on The Morning After and 101 ESPN, and that is Schaefer Door Company. Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door Company, longtime sponsor on TMA and a leader in garage door repair and installations. If you run into an issue with your garage door breaking, you hear that spring snap, and you're sitting there going, what in the world was that? That is when the garage door is broken, and that is when you go to SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door, spelled SCHAEFER door.com. It's Schaefer Door Company. They handle, of course, residential, but they also handle commercial doors for you as well. It's Schaefer Door Company. Online at SchaeferDoor.com. It's Schaefer Door, a Clopay Master Authorized Dealer.
All right, we will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up on the other side of the commercial break. BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. You're listening to The Morning After here on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, and that's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. BYU, West Virginia, right here on 101 ESPN this evening in Provo. Pregame at 9 p.m., kickoff at 9:30. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer. Welcome back. You are listening to The Morning After here on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up just in about a few moments. Before that, Tim's going to tell us about the good doctor, Dr. Brandon Pryor, over at 100 West Dental.
Scanner that'll show.
Started over.
Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental. Loyal TMA sponsors, and online at 100westdental.com. You can find their offices on Manchester in Baldwin, and they built brand new offices with the most modern of technology with the patient experience at the front of mind. Listen, plenty of people say, I really just don't want to go to the dentist. But the reality is dental health can impact the rest of your body's health. So it's an important thing to get done. Get checked up with Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental at 100westdental.com. No phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. No dental insurance, no problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. They have a huge offer going on that if you mention my name, you're going to get $1,000 off Invisalign. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that'll show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100 West Dental, online at 100westdental.com.
All right, it is time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
Well, okay.
I refuse to email in whilst Tim is not here, and I'm going to tell you why. Because you clowns have been on double secret probation since the beginning of today's show. But this email is about the time Uncle Skip's drinking buddy Tony's cousin Alfred was in town. Dude was a loser, scared off of every group of girls at the sock hop. Just as soon as I thought the night was a total bust, Alfred said, watch this, I'll show you something to talk about for years. And all of a sudden, he grabs my buddy Ronnie and starts prodding his blind spot right in the middle of the dance floor.
All right.
Then it got messy, quick. That's from Richard Long.
No, Kevin Miller. Kevin Miller.
Double haiku for Tim today. Echoes in the breeze. Tim McKernan's laugh still lingers. Silence holds his name. Night folds, soft and close. Tim's breath warm against my skin. Stars forget to shine. Mizzou 10-2. Suck it Licks and suck it Doug. That's Cheers average size Shabangas.
Cheers average size Chabangas.
Doug, and finally, good news, fellas. I just found a raw milk guy on Craigslist who sells out of his PT Cruiser. Apparently, he's going to turn me into a professional athlete. Look out, over 50 co-ed softball league. Hopefully, it'll fill the void in my life after finding out that Doug is a closeted Cubs fan. I'm tired of him trying to Cubs groom us while we are distracted with the tacos with cheese persecution. That comes from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of must-win preseason hockey games.
Shooter McGavin.
And Doug, time purposes, that's what we have for the Design There.
I guess just a sympathy vote for Kevin Miller.
I'm going Shooter.
I echo the chairman's sentiment and vote Shooter McGavin.
Lucas.
That's going to do it for us this week here on TMA. Full strength on Monday. Everyone will be back on Monday. Tim included. Tim off today. He'll be back in on Monday as Martin will had to head out here at 10:30, but he'll be back on Monday full strength after a full weekend of sports. Thank you to Doug. Thank you to Kurt. Thank you to Martin. Thank you to Tim. Thank you to everyone who out there listening in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, the Air Comfort Service text line. We'll be back Monday. This has been The Morning After on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.